somewhere above the quietest halls of the hidden library, a staircase is waiting. It rises beyond the reach of ordinary lantern light, disappearing slowly into a sky where the stars seem close enough to touch. Tonight, Elias discovers the staircase to the sleeping stars, a peaceful journey upward where every step reveals another quiet wonder, and where the stars themselves seem to rest between one moment and the next. Along the way, he will discover that not every journey is meant to lead somewhere new. Some journeys simply help us see how far we have already come. This is Sleep with Stories, where gentle fantasy journeys are created to help you slow down, breathe softly, and drift toward peaceful sleep. And if this little library has become a peaceful place for you, your support through a like, a comment, or a subscription means more than you know. Helping Elias continue these beautiful journeys and keeping the doors open for every traveler still waiting to discover them. So make yourself comfortable. Let your breathing become slower and allow the world around you to grow quiet. The staircase is waiting, and tonight, Elias begins to climb. The first step did not feel like a step at all. It felt like an invitation. Elias stood quietly at the foot of the staircase, one hand resting lightly upon the smooth wooden railing. Above him, the stairs disappeared into a pale veil of mist. Beyond that mist, the stars waited, not brightly, not urgently. They simply rested there, scattered across the vast darkness like tiny lamps that had forgotten they were supposed to shine. Elias lifted his blossom lantern. 3 golden blossoms were open now. Their gentle light touched the first few steps, revealing faint patterns carved into the wood. They were not letters. They were not symbols he recognized. They looked more like small memories pressed into the grain. A cup beside a window, a hand resting upon a garden gate, a lantern left burning beside an empty chair, a path beneath falling rain. For a moment, Elias simply watched them. Then he placed one foot upon the first step. The staircase gave the quietest sound, a soft wooden sigh. Nothing more. He smiled. Perhaps even the staircase was relieved that someone had finally arrived. Elias began to climb. The first few steps remained close to the library. He could still see the balconies below. He could still see warm windows glowing between the shelves. He could even hear the distant ticking of one of the library clocks. Steady and peaceful somewhere far beneath him. But with every step upward, the sounds grew softer. The warmth of the library did not disappear. It simply changed. The lanterns became smaller. The balconies became thinner lines of gold. The shelves below seemed to gather into great dark forests of wood, and the ceiling above slowly became a sky. Elias paused halfway up the first flight. He looked back. The hidden library stretched beneath him in a way he had never seen before. From below, it had always seemed endless. Now he understood that endlessness had many directions. There was the library that spread outward through halls and rooms, and there was the library that rose quietly above them. He had simply never thought to look upward. A small golden light drifted past his shoulder. Then another. They rose slowly along the staircase. Elias followed them with his eyes. Each light seemed to carry something within it. Not a message, not a memory he could read. Only a feeling, warmth, gratitude, hope, the quiet relief of arriving somewhere after believing for a long time that you might never arrive at all. Elias continued upward. The railing beneath his hand grew warmer. The mist ahead became thinner, and somewhere above him, very softly, one sleeping star opened its light. Elias stopped. He did not speak. He simply watched. The star did not flare. It did not brighten the entire sky. It only opened a little, as though waking slowly from a very peaceful dream. Then another star answered, and another. One by one, the darkness above began to breathe with gentle points of light. Elias looked upward and felt something settle quietly within him. The journey had already begun, not because he had reached the stars, but because he had taken the first step. The staircase continued upward, but it no longer felt as though Elias were climbing through the library. It felt as though the library were quietly climbing with him. The walls had begun to disappear. In their place stood tall arches of pale stone, open to the night. Soft clouds moved beyond them. They drifted slowly through the spaces between the arches, silver beneath the distant stars. Elias rested his hand against one of the stone pillars as he passed. It was cool beneath his fingertips. Then, as he moved higher, the stone became warmer, not from sunlight. There was no sunlight here. The warmth seemed to come from somewhere deeper, as though the staircase remembered every traveler who had ever touched it. Elias looked at his blossom lantern. The 3 golden blossoms were still open, but something had changed. A 4th bud had appeared. It was very small, almost hidden beneath the others. Elias stared at it for a moment. He did not touch it. He had learned that the library rarely responded well to being hurried, so he simply continued. Step by step, higher and higher, the staircase curved around a vast open chamber. Far below, the library had become a constellation of its own. Thousands of tiny lights rested between the shelves. Balconies curved like golden threads through the darkness. Bridges crossed from one tower to another, and somewhere among them, all were the rooms Elias had visited before. The places that had once seemed like separate worlds now looked like pieces of one enormous, sleeping home. He wondered how many rooms he had passed without ever knowing they were there. How many doors had remained quietly closed, waiting for a traveler who was not yet ready to find them. The thought made him smile. Perhaps the library did not hide its wonders. Perhaps it simply knew when they were needed. A gentle breeze moved through the open arches. It carried a faint sound with it. At first, Elias thought it was music. Then he realized it was something much softer. The sound of distant bells, not ringing, resting. Their notes seemed suspended somewhere in the air, as though even sound itself had learned how to sleep. Elias stopped beside a wide landing. A small wooden bench rested there beneath an old silver-leaved tree. Its branches grew through the open ceiling and disappeared into the mist. A single warm lantern hung from one branch. There was no one sitting beneath it, but the bench looked prepared, as though someone had left it there for exactly this moment. Elias sat down. For the first time since beginning the climb, he allowed himself to stop. Below him, the library breathed. Above him, the sleeping stars waited. And between them, he sat quietly in the middle of both. He closed his eyes. He listened. There was no need to understand the staircase yet. No need to know how high it went. No need to wonder what waited at the top. For a few peaceful moments, it was enough simply to be there. The blossom lantern beside him gave a tiny, almost imperceptible glow. Elias opened his eyes. The fourth blossom was still closed, but now a thin line of golden light had appeared along its petals. He looked at it with quiet wonder. Then he looked toward the staircase. Somewhere above, another soft star opened, and this time, Elias did not feel the need to follow it immediately. He simply watched it shine. Sometimes he was beginning to understand. The journey was not asking him to hurry. It was only asking him to continue when he was ready. For a while, Elias remained on the quiet landing. The stars continued their slow awakening above him. One appeared, then another, then another. None of them seemed concerned with being the brightest. They simply joined the others. Together, they made the darkness feel less empty. Eventually, Elias rose from the bench. The fourth blossom on his lantern remained closed. He carried it with him as he returned to the staircase. The next flight was different. There were no lanterns along these steps. Instead, tiny silver flowers grew between the wooden boards. Each flower opened as Elias approached and gently folded itself, closed again after he passed. He slowed down. There was something strangely comforting about watching them. They did not bloom because he was important. They did not bloom because he had done anything extraordinary. They simply responded to his presence and then quietly returned to rest. Elias thought about all the places he had visited within the library. So many had offered something to him: a forgotten comfort, a quiet answer, a moment of wonder. Yet perhaps the library had never expected him to collect those things. Perhaps it had only wanted him to notice them. He climbed another step, then another. The staircase narrowed briefly before opening into a long balcony suspended above the clouds. Elias stopped at the railing. There was no library wall beyond it now, only sky. Clouds stretched beneath him like a vast silver ocean. Far across that ocean, tiny lights moved slowly between the clouds. At first, he thought they were stars reflected in the mist. Then one of them rose. It was a lantern, a very small one. It floated upward from somewhere beneath the clouds, moving with no visible flame and no guiding hand. Elias watched as it climbed higher and higher until it reached the level of the staircase. Then it drifted toward him. The lantern paused. For a moment, it seemed almost to consider him. Then it continued upward. Elias followed its path with his eyes. More lanterns began appearing below. 1, then 3, then dozens. They rose gently from the clouds, like tiny memories returning home. None of them moved quickly. None collided. Each found its own quiet place among the darkness. Elias felt a familiar warmth in his chest. He remembered the lanterns he had seen throughout the library, the ones that had guided him, the ones that had waited for him, the ones that had illuminated places he had not yet understood. Perhaps these lanterns were not guiding him tonight. Perhaps they were simply showing him that there was always more light than he could see from where he stood. The fourth blossom on his lantern gave a faint pulse of gold. Elias looked down. The bud had opened slightly, only enough to reveal a narrow line of warm light within. He smiled. He did not try to open it. Instead, he rested his hand gently around the lantern and continued walking. The balcony curved toward another flight of stairs. At its entrance stood a small brass plaque. There were no words upon it, only a simple carving, a star resting above an open door. Elias touched the carving lightly. The metal was warm. Then somewhere beyond the next flight, he heard something. Not a voice, not music, a soft sound like distant breathing. Slow, steady, peaceful. Elias listened carefully. The sound seemed to come from the stars themselves. He took another step, then another, and as he began to climb again, the clouds below slowly disappeared. The library disappeared with them. For several moments, there was nothing beneath him but darkness filled with stars. Elias did not feel afraid. The staircase remained beneath his feet. The lantern remained warm in his hand, and above him, the sleeping stars were beginning to gather closer. The staircase had become very quiet. Not empty, quiet. There was a difference. Elias could feel it in the air around him. The silence no longer belonged to the library below. It belonged to the sky. He continued upward, following the gentle curve of the steps. Above him, the stars seemed closer now. Some were no larger than grains of silver sand. Others appeared enormous, their soft light spreading across the darkness like pale moonlight. Yet none of them flickered. They seemed to breathe, slowly, peacefully, as though the entire sky were sleeping. Elias reached another landing. This one was almost completely open. A low stone wall curved around its edge, and beyond it stretched an endless view of the heavens. There was no ceiling, no roof, no visible boundary between the staircase and the sky. Only a faint golden railing continued upward through the mist. Elias stepped toward the edge. Far below, he could no longer see the library, but he could still feel it. Its warmth remained somewhere beneath his feet. Its quiet presence followed him upward. That thought comforted him. He had once believed that leaving a familiar place meant leaving it behind. Now he was beginning to understand something different. Perhaps some places traveled with us, not as buildings, not as memories we needed to hold tightly, but as quiet changes within ourselves. The fourth blossom on his lantern opened another little way. A soft golden line appeared between its petals. Elias watched it for a moment. Then he looked upward. A single star was drifting toward him. It moved slowly through the mist, closer and closer, until it hovered just beyond the railing. Elias held still. The star was not large. It was no bigger than his open hand. Its light was soft enough to look at directly. Within that light, Elias could see something moving. A tiny image, a garden, a river, a wooden bridge beneath lanterns, a quiet room with rain against the windows. They were not memories exactly. They felt more like possibilities, places that might exist somewhere within the endless library, places waiting patiently for someone who would someday need them. The star remained there for a few moments. Then it continued upward. Elias watched until it disappeared into the darkness. He smiled. The library had shown him another secret. Not every light was meant to guide a traveler. Some lights simply reminded them that the world was larger than they had imagined. He turned back toward the staircase. The next flight waited. It was narrower than the others, with only a handful of steps visible before the mist swallowed them. Elias placed his hand upon the railing. It felt warm. He took the first step, then the second. By the third, the sound of the library had vanished completely. There was only the quiet rhythm of his footsteps, soft wood beneath his boots, a gentle breath of wind, the faint glow of his blossom lantern, and the stars. For the first time, Elias realized that he could no longer tell whether he was climbing toward the stars or whether the stars were slowly descending to meet him. He continued anyway, because he had finally stopped needing to know the difference. The next flight seemed to have no beginning. The steps simply appeared beneath Elias as he moved forward, one after another, emerging from the soft darkness ahead. There was no destination in sight, only the quiet continuation of the staircase. Elias found that strangely comforting. For once, he did not need to see where the path ended. He only needed to see the next step. The fourth blossom on his lantern finally opened. Its light was different from the others, softer, almost silver at the edges. Elias lifted the lantern slightly. The four blossoms moved gently in the night air, casting overlapping circles of gold across the steps. Then something changed above him. The stars began to move, not falling, not drifting away. They were slowly rearranging themselves. One by one, they formed a wide, curved path across the sky, a constellation Elias had never seen before. It resembled a staircase. 7 bright stars marked its lower edge, then 6, then 5, until only one remained at the very top. Elias stared upward. The constellation seemed to mirror the staircase beneath his feet. He took another step. The highest star brightened. He took another. Another star answered. Soon, every step Elias climbed seemed to awaken another point of light above him. The staircase and the sky were moving together, not leading, not following, simply sharing the same quiet rhythm. Elias stopped again. He looked upward, then back at the 4 blossoms of his lantern. A small smile touched his face. Perhaps this was why the staircase had never asked him to hurry. It had never been about reaching the highest point. It was about becoming attentive enough to notice what was happening along the way. A soft breeze passed through the open space. The constellation remained above him. The stars waited, Elias continued climbing, this time without wondering how many steps remained. The staircase continued, and the sky continued with it. For several minutes, Elias climbed without speaking. The constellation above remained quietly aligned with his path, its 7 stars gradually becoming softer as the mist grew brighter around them. Then the staircase changed once more. The wooden steps became pale stone. The railing became silver, and tiny points of light appeared beneath the surface of each step. They looked like stars caught inside the stone. Elias crouched beside one. He could see the faint glow moving slowly beneath the surface, as though something was sleeping deep within it. He placed his fingertips against the stone. The light paused, then it moved gently beneath his hand. Elias smiled. He did not know what the lights were, and for once, he did not feel that he needed to know. Some mysteries were more beautiful when they were allowed to remain mysteries. He stood again. Ahead, the staircase opened into a wide circular landing. At its center stood a small stone basin filled with perfectly still water. No fountain fed it. No rain touched it. Yet tiny ripples moved across its surface. Elias approached. He looked into the water. Instead of seeing his reflection, he saw the staircase. Not the staircase beneath him. Another one. It stretched upward through darkness, carrying hundreds of tiny lights toward a distant horizon. For a moment, Elias wondered whether he was looking at another traveler, someone climbing somewhere else, someone who had not yet reached the place where he stood. Then the image changed. He saw the first step, the same first step where he had begun tonight. The image remained there for a few quiet seconds. Then it faded. Elias understood. The staircase was not showing him the future. It was showing him the journey itself. The first step had mattered. The pauses had mattered. The moments when he had looked back had mattered. Even the moments when he had simply sat and listened had belonged to the climb. He touched the water gently with one fingertip. The ripples widened. The reflection disappeared. Above him, the 4 blossoms of his lantern opened a little wider. Elias looked upward. The staircase continued into the mist, and somewhere beyond it, something was waiting. Not an answer, not an ending, only another quiet step. The staircase rose beyond the circular landing, but Elias did not hurry toward it. He remained beside the still basin for another moment, listening to the silence. There was something different about the quiet here. It did not feel like the absence of sound. It felt like the presence of something resting. The thought made him look toward the sky. The stars were still arranged above him. 7, then 6, then and 5, their gentle constellation forming the shape of a path that seemed to continue far beyond what the eye could follow. Elias lifted his blossom lantern. 4 blossoms were now fully open. Their combined light reached farther than before. The silver edges of the staircase glowed softly beneath it. He took the next step, then another. The mist opened, and Elias stopped. For the first time since beginning the climb, he could see what waited above. Not the end of the staircase. Something much more beautiful. A vast circular platform floated quietly among the stars. Its surface was made of pale stone, smooth and luminous beneath the night. Around its outer edge stood dozens of small arched windows. Beyond every window, there was only sky. Some showed distant constellations. Some showed slow-moving clouds. One revealed the faint blue glow of dawn, somewhere impossibly far away. And in the center of the platform stood a single, enormous tree. Its branches stretched outward in graceful curves. Instead of leaves, tiny sleeping stars rested among them. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They glowed softly beneath the branches, each one pulsing with a slow and peaceful light. Elias remained on the final visible step. He did not move. The sight was too quiet to interrupt. A tiny golden light drifted past him. Then another. They floated toward the great tree. As they reached its branches, the sleeping stars responded. One by one, they opened their light, not waking completely, only enough to acknowledge the arrival. Elias looked down at his lantern. The 4 blossoms were glowing steadily now. Then, very slowly, a 5th bud appeared. Elias smiled. He understood something now. The blossoms were not counting how much of the staircase he had climbed. They were responding to something else, something inside him. He looked once more toward the sleeping stars. Then he stepped onto the final landing. The staircase behind him remained exactly where it was. Nothing vanished. Nothing closed. The path remained open. And for the first time, Elias understood that reaching a higher place did not mean leaving the path behind. It simply meant discovering another place from which to continue. For a long while, Elias simply stood beneath the sleeping tree. The stars rested quietly among its branches. Some were pale silver. Some carried a faint warmth of gold. Others seemed almost blue, like tiny pieces of the night sky gathered together and given a place to rest. Elias looked upward. He had expected the highest place to feel enormous, important, perhaps even grand. Instead, it felt peaceful, like a room prepared for someone who had been traveling for a very long time. At the edge of the platform, a narrow stone bench rested beneath one of the tree's lowest branches. Elias walked toward it and sat down. The blossom lantern rested beside him. 5 blossoms were now open. Their light mingled gently with the sleeping stars above. For several moments, Elias watched the branches. Then one small star detached itself from the tree. It drifted slowly downward. Elias raised his hand. The star settled into his palm. It was warm, not hot, not bright, simply warm, like holding a cup of tea on a quiet evening. Elias looked at it with wonder. Within its tiny light, he could almost sense something. Not a memory, not a message, a feeling of arrival, the feeling of having traveled far enough for one night. He closed his fingers gently around the light. It did not disappear. Instead, it became a tiny golden glow resting between his fingers. Elias smiled. He understood. The stars were not asking him to carry them. They were simply reminding him that some lights could be held without being owned. He opened his hand again. The little star rose slowly back toward the tree. It returned to its branch and settled into sleep. Elias leaned back against the bench. Below him, the staircase disappeared into layers of silver mist. Above him, the sleeping stars continued their quiet breathing. He thought about the first step, how small it had seemed, how little he had known when he began. And yet, that first step had brought him here, not through urgency, not through certainty, simply through continuing. The 5th blossom on his lantern gave one soft pulse of golden light. Elias looked down. Then he looked toward the staircase. It remained open, waiting, but he did not feel the need to climb again tonight. There would always be another step, another landing, another quiet place beyond the next turn. For now, this was enough. Elias closed his eyes. Above him, the sleeping stars continued to glow. And somewhere far below, the hidden library waited peacefully beneath the clouds, not calling him back, not asking him to leave, simply reminding him that wherever the journey carried him, there would always be a light waiting somewhere along the way. The night remained still around Elias. He sat beneath the sleeping stars, allowing the quiet to settle around him. There was no need to speak, no need to search, no need to decide what came next. For the first time in a long while, Elias simply rested. Then, somewhere among the branches above him, a soft sound began. A single note, clear and gentle. It was followed by another, then another. The sleeping stars were humming, not a song with words, not a melody meant to be remembered, just a slow arrangement of tones that seemed to move naturally through the branches. Elias listened. The sound reminded him of distant bells heard through rain, of pages turning in an empty library, of water moving beneath a quiet bridge. The melody grew slightly warmer. The stars responded to one another. One note traveled across the branches. Another answered from somewhere farther away. Soon the entire tree seemed to be breathing music into the night. Elias closed his eyes. The sound passed gently through him. He did not try to understand it. He simply listened. And while he listened, the little golden star he had held earlier appeared again. It floated above the bench. Then another small light joined it. Then another. Soon several tiny lights were drifting around him. They moved slowly through the air, never touching him, never asking for anything. They simply remained nearby. Elias opened his eyes. The fifth blossom on his lantern glowed brighter. He looked at it with quiet surprise. Then the light softened again. The moment passed. Nothing dramatic had happened, and somehow that made it feel more precious. Some of the most beautiful moments in the hidden library had never announced themselves. They simply arrived and waited to be noticed. Elias looked toward the far edge of the platform. Beyond the great tree, a narrow path of pale stone extended into the darkness. It was not another staircase, not yet, just a quiet path disappearing between the stars. Elias watched it for a while. He knew he would eventually follow it. But not tonight. Tonight, the sleeping stars had given him something far simpler. A place to stop. A place to breathe. A place where continuing did not require movement. Elias rested his head gently against the back of the bench. Above him, the great tree continued its quiet song, and one by one, the stars settled deeper into sleep. The music slowly faded. One note remained among the branches. Then that note, too, became part of the silence. Elias opened his eyes. The sleeping stars had grown quieter, yet the great tree seemed brighter than before. He looked carefully between its branches. At first, he saw only stars. Then he noticed something he had missed. Each sleeping star rested within a tiny cradle of silver leaves. Some cradles were empty. Some held one star, and a few held nothing but a small golden thread. Elias stood. He stepped closer to the tree. The golden threads were almost impossible to see. They extended from the empty cradles, disappearing beyond the branches and into the darkness. One of them was different. It descended gently from an empty cradle across the pale stone and toward the far side of the platform. Elias followed it with his eyes. The thread continued through a narrow archway he had not noticed before. Beyond it was darkness, not threatening darkness, simply an unexplored place. Elias looked down at his blossom lantern. 5 blossoms were open. The 6th remained a quiet, unopened bud. He understood the difference now. The lantern was not telling him that he had finished something. It was telling him that something was waiting. Elias walked toward the archway. He stopped just before the golden thread disappeared beyond it. For a moment, he looked back at the sleeping tree. Hundreds of stars rested peacefully among its branches. The staircase descended behind him through layers of mist, carrying its warm golden light back toward the library. Ahead, the single golden thread waited. Elias smiled softly. Then he stepped through the archway. Behind him, one sleeping star opened its light, not enough to wake the others, only enough to illuminate the path ahead. And somewhere beyond the archway, something answered with a single quiet glow. Elias continued forward. The golden thread continued beyond the archway. Elias followed it slowly. The passage was narrower than the great staircase behind him, but there was something strangely familiar about it. Its walls were made of pale stone. Small windows opened along one side, revealing the sleeping stars beyond. Every few steps, a tiny golden light rested inside the wall. Not a lantern, not a star, something between the two. Elias passed the first one, then the second, then the third. Each light brightened gently as he approached, as though recognizing him. He did not reach toward them. He simply allowed them to glow. The passage curved gradually upward. There was no staircase now, only a smooth path that seemed to float between the stars. Behind him, the archway slowly became smaller, yet the golden thread remained visible beneath his feet, leading forward. Elias looked back once. The celestial tree was still visible through the archway. Its sleeping stars had returned to their quiet glow. For a moment, he wondered about the empty cradle. Who had it belonged to? Why had its golden thread been waiting? And where had the missing star gone? The questions came naturally, but they did not feel urgent. The hidden library had taught him that some answers were better discovered than explained. So Elias turned forward again. The passage opened into a small circular room. There were no shelves, no tables, no doors, only a round window occupying almost the entire far wall. Beyond the glass, the stars stretched endlessly across the darkness. In the center of the room stood a simple wooden chair. Beside it rested a small silver bowl. Elias approached. Inside the bowl lay a single golden thread, carefully coiled, the same kind of thread that had led him here. He looked at the thread beneath his feet, then at the one resting inside the bowl. They were identical. Elias reached down. He lifted the loose end from the bowl. The moment his fingers touched it, a warm light traveled through the thread. It moved from his hand, across the bowl, and out through the floor. For one quiet moment, the entire room glowed. Then the light faded. Elias remained still. Something had changed, not around him, within the silence, as though the room had quietly recognized that the thread had reached the person it had been waiting for. Elias placed the thread back into the bowl. Then he noticed something beneath it, a small wooden drawer. It was almost invisible within the table, and on its front there was a tiny crescent-shaped handle. Elias stared at it. He had seen that shape before, back in the hidden library, and now, standing beneath the sleeping stars, he understood that the staircase had not simply brought him somewhere new. It had brought him to something that had been waiting for him long before he knew to look for it. Elias remained beside the small wooden drawer. The crescent-shaped handle caught the faint light from the room and reflected it softly. He reached toward it, then stopped. Something about the drawer felt different from the other objects he had encountered in the library. It did not feel forgotten. It felt unfinished. Elias rested his hand gently upon the handle. The wood was warm. He pulled. The drawer opened without a sound. Inside lay a single object, a small silver key. It was delicate enough to fit between two fingers, with a simple circular head and a narrow shaft that seemed almost too fine to have been made by ordinary hands. Elias lifted it carefully. The moment he did, the golden thread beneath his feet brightened. It moved across the floor and curled gently around the base of the wooden chair. Then it continued toward the round window. Elias followed its path. There was no opening in the glass, no visible doorway, yet the thread seemed to disappear directly into the window. He stepped closer. The stars beyond the glass looked different now. They were no longer scattered randomly across the sky. They seemed to form a distant pattern, a long curve, then another. Together, they resembled a great archway suspended among the stars. Elias held up the silver key. The key began to glow, very softly at first, then a little brighter. He lowered it again. The glow faded. Elias looked toward the window, then at the key. He smiled. The library had done this before. It never gave him an answer without leaving room for another question. He approached the glass. The surface felt cool beneath his fingertips. There was no reflection. Instead, he saw a place far beyond the platform, a small island of pale stone floating among the stars. At its center stood a circular doorway, and beside that doorway, someone was waiting. Elias could not see the person's face, only the outline of a graceful figure standing beneath a softly glowing arch. A woman. Her long dark hair moved gently in a wind that Elias could not feel. She seemed completely at peace. She did not wave. She did not call to him. She simply stood there, as though she already knew he would eventually arrive. The image lasted only a few moments. Then the stars shifted. The island disappeared. The woman disappeared. Only the ordinary night remained beyond the glass. Elias lowered his hand. The silver key was still glowing faintly between his fingers. For the first time since beginning the climb, he felt that the staircase had not been a solitary journey after all. Someone else belonged to this place, and somewhere among the sleeping stars, their paths were beginning to meet. Elias remained beside the window for several quiet moments. The image was gone, but the feeling it had left behind remained. Someone had been there, someone who seemed to belong to the staircase, to the sleeping stars, perhaps even to the mysterious golden thread. Elias looked at the silver key in his hand. It had stopped glowing, yet it still felt warm. He turned toward the doorway through which he had entered. The path back to the celestial tree remained open, but the golden thread no longer led backward. It now extended from the silver bowl toward the opposite side of the room. Elias followed it with his eyes. There, beneath the round window, was a narrow line in the stone floor, a door. He had not noticed it before. There was no handle, no lock, only a small circular opening shaped exactly like the head of the silver key. Elias knelt. He brought the key toward it. Before he could place it inside, a faint golden light appeared around the edge of the doorway. The stone slowly became transparent. Beyond it was not another room. It was a sky, a vast sky filled with drifting stars, and among those stars, a narrow bridge stretched into the distance. The bridge was made of pale stone and lined with tiny sleeping lanterns. At its far end stood the same graceful figure Elias had glimpsed through the window. This time, she turned. Her face remained partly hidden by the soft light surrounding her, but Elias could see her expression, calm, patient, almost warmly familiar. She raised one hand, not beckoning, simply acknowledging that she had seen him. Then the vision faded. The stone became solid again. Elias remained kneeling beside the hidden door. He looked at the silver key, then at the empty space where the vision had been. A quiet understanding settled within him. The key was not asking him to unlock the door yet. The library was asking him to learn why the door existed. He stood. The sixth bud on his blossom lantern remained closed, but the golden thread had begun to glow more strongly. It slipped beneath the edge of the stone door and disappeared into the darkness beyond. Elias smiled softly. There was still much he did not understand, and somehow that made the journey feel even more peaceful. He placed the silver key safely inside his cloak. Then he waited, because somewhere beyond the hidden door, someone was waiting too. Elias waited. The hidden door remained silent. So did the room. Beyond the round window, the stars continued their slow movement across the darkness, while the golden thread beneath the stone seemed to breathe with a quiet rhythm. Then, the silver key inside Elias's cloak became warm again. He touched it through the fabric. A faint glow appeared, not from the key itself, from somewhere beyond the door. Elias stepped closer. This time, the circular opening in the stone was already illuminated. He carefully placed the silver key inside. There was no click, no mechanism, no sudden movement. Instead, the entire door became transparent. The stone dissolved into soft golden light. Beyond it lay the bridge he had seen in the vision. Elias stepped through. The air felt different, cooler, lighter. The bridge stretched across an endless field of stars. Tiny lanterns rested along its edges, each one completely still. Some contained small folded pieces of pale paper. Others were empty. Elias walked slowly between them. As he passed the first lantern, its light awakened. The second followed, then the third. One by one, a quiet golden path appeared behind him. At the far end of the bridge stood a familiar figure beneath a softly glowing arch. Elias stopped. He knew her, Seraphine, after everything they had discovered together in the room of unsent letters. Seeing her here did not feel like meeting a stranger. It felt like finding a familiar light in a place he had never expected to see her. Seraphine watched him approach with the same calm warmth he remembered. Her long dark hair moved gently in the quiet air, and her deep midnight blue dress carried delicate silver embroidery that shimmered faintly beneath the starlight. Her eyes rested briefly on the silver key in his hand. Then she smiled. "You found your way here." Elias glanced back toward the hidden doorway. "I think the staircase found me." Seraphine's smile deepened. "Perhaps it did." She turned toward the sleeping stars surrounding them. But the library rarely brings two journeys together without a reason. Elias walked closer. "So you knew this place was here?" Seraphine looked toward the distant stars. I knew there was a path. She paused. I did not know it would lead you here tonight. Above them, the lantern hanging over the pavilion brightened. For a moment, Elias saw hundreds of golden threads extending from it into the darkness. Each one disappeared toward a different part of the sky. Different journeys, different travelers, different unfinished paths. Seraphine touched the lantern gently. Every sleeping star belongs to a journey that has not yet finished. Elias looked upward, and the empty cradle. Seraphine's expression became thoughtful. That one, she said quietly, belongs to a journey that has been waiting for someone to remember it. The words settled gently between them. Elias looked toward the distant tree, then back at Seraphine. The sixth blossom of his lantern began to open. Seraphine noticed. She said nothing. She simply watched the light grow. Seraphine's gaze remained on the softly glowing lantern above them. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The sleeping stars continued their quiet rhythm across the sky. Elias looked toward the hundreds of golden threads disappearing into the darkness. So you look after them. Seraphine gave a small, thoughtful smile. Not exactly. She moved toward one of the lanterns along the pavilion. Inside it rested a tiny folded piece of pale paper. I listened to them. Elias followed her with his eyes. To the stars, to what they carry. She stood beside the lantern without touching it. After a moment, its light brightened. A soft golden glow passed through the folded paper. Then everything became still again. They don't always need someone to solve what they carry, Seraphine said. Sometimes they only need someone willing to notice. Elias looked down at his blossom lantern. 6 blossoms were now open. Their combined light reflected softly across the pavilion floor. Is that what this place is? Seraphine turned toward him. A place for things that are still becoming. The words stayed with Elias. He looked across the sky. Some stars were bright. Some were barely visible. Some rested inside their silver cradles. Others floated freely above the bridge. None seemed incomplete. They were simply at different points in their own quiet journeys. Seraphine walked toward the center of the pavilion. There stood a circular stone table. Upon it rested several small objects. A silver bell, a smooth white stone, a tiny glass vial filled with golden dust, and one empty wooden cradle. Elias approached. His attention settled on the cradle. It was smaller than the one beneath the great celestial tree, but the carving along its edge was identical. A crescent moon, a single open doorway, and beneath them, a tiny staircase. Elias touched the carving. This is connected to the empty star. Seraphine nodded. Everything here is connected. She paused, but not everything is meant to be understood at once. Elias gave a quiet smile. That sounds very much like the library. Seraphine smiled back. Then perhaps you are beginning to understand it. For a moment, neither spoke. Then the empty cradle gave a faint glow. A single golden thread appeared within it. It rose gently into the air and drifted toward Elias. He watched it approach. The thread stopped just before his hand. Waiting, Seraphine looked at him. That one is yours to follow. Elias looked at the thread, then at Seraphine. Where does it lead? She turned toward the far horizon, to the place where the sleeping stars remember why they began to shine. The golden thread brightened softly between them, and somewhere beyond the sleeping stars, another light awakened. The golden thread remained suspended between them. Elias did not touch it, not yet. He had learned that the most important things within the hidden library rarely responded well to being hurried. Seraphine seemed to understand. She stepped away from the cradle and looked toward the far edge of the pavilion. Beyond the bridge, the stars had begun to change. A few that had been sleeping were slowly becoming brighter. Others were fading into softer shades of silver. It was almost as though the entire sky were preparing for something. Elias watched carefully. What happens when a sleeping star remembers? Seraphine remained quiet for a moment. Sometimes, she said, it returns to where it began. And sometimes, it discovers that where it began is no longer where it belongs. Elias looked at her. There was something in the way she said it that made him think of the letters they had encountered before. Unsent words, unfinished thoughts, things that had waited because their moment had not yet arrived. Perhaps the stars were not so different. Seraphine walked toward the bridge. Elias followed. They moved side by side beneath the small lanterns. As they passed, each lantern awakened briefly. Some revealed tiny folded papers. Some held only a single silver thread. One contained a small dried flower. Another held a smooth pebble, no larger than Elias's thumbnail. Elias slowed beside it. Are these memories? Seraphine considered the question. Some are. She touched the glass of the lantern without opening it. Some are promises. She moved to the next. And some are simply moments that someone was not ready to lose. Elias looked at the lanterns surrounding them. He thought of the room of unsent letters, the words that had finally found their way into the light, the people who had needed nothing more than permission to release what they had carried. He understood now why the library had brought him here. The journey was not repeating the same lesson. It was showing him another form of it. Letters could carry what people could not say. Stars could carry what people could not yet understand. And sometimes both simply needed time. The sixth blossom on Elias's lantern opened completely. A soft golden light passed across the bridge. Every lantern around them responded. For one brief moment, the entire bridge glowed. Seraphine looked toward him. That has never happened before. Elias smiled gently. Perhaps the library is learning something too. Seraphine laughed softly. The sound was quiet enough to belong to the night. Then ahead of them, one lantern began to move. It lifted from its place beside the bridge. Slowly, peacefully, it drifted toward the darkness beyond. The golden thread followed. Seraphine watched it disappear. That is the first one. Elias looked at her. The first what? She turned toward him. The first star that remembers. The lantern drifted farther into the darkness. Elias watched until its warm glow became a single point among the stars. Then it stopped. The tiny light remained perfectly still. Seraphine stood beside him. Why did it stop? Because it has remembered where it belongs. Elias looked carefully. Far beyond the lantern, another light appeared. Then another. A quiet trail began forming across the distant sky. Not a road, not a constellation. Something softer. A path made from lights that had once been waiting. Elias felt a familiar warmth in his chest. What happens to them now? Seraphine looked toward the distant lights. They rest wherever their journey feels complete. Elias remained silent. He thought about how many places he had visited within the hidden library. The wishing tree, the tea house between seasons, the mapmaker's hall, the room of unsent letters. Each place had offered something different. None had asked him to become someone else. They had simply helped him notice something that had already been waiting inside him. Perhaps that was why the library never seemed to have an ending. There was always another room, another path, another quiet truth waiting beneath the surface of an ordinary moment. Seraphine began walking again. Elias followed. The bridge curved gently around a vast open space. Below them, there was no ground, only clouds of pale silver mist drifting among distant stars. At the center of that open space floated a single, enormous lantern. It was unlike the smaller ones they had passed. Its frame was made of silver branches. Its glass was perfectly clear, and inside there was nothing. No paper, no star, no flame, only empty space. Elias stopped. The empty lantern Seraphine nodded. It has been empty for longer than anyone remembers. Elias looked at the golden thread. It led directly toward it. Why? Seraphine did not answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Elias. That is what we have come to discover. The sixth blossom on Elias's lantern remained open. Its light reached across the bridge. The empty lantern responded. For the first time, a tiny point of light appeared inside it. Elias held his breath. The point grew slightly brighter. Then another tiny light appeared beside it. 2, 3. The empty lantern was beginning to fill. Seraphine smiled softly. Perhaps it was never waiting for a star. Elias looked at her. What was it waiting for? She turned toward him. Someone willing to stay long enough to see what comes next. The lantern glowed gently, and somewhere beneath the bridge, a distant bell chimed once. The distant bell faded into the silence. Neither Elias nor Seraphine moved. Inside the enormous empty lantern, the 3 tiny lights remained suspended. They did not flicker. They did not grow brighter. They simply stayed, as though waiting for something to happen. Elias stepped closer. The silver branches surrounding the lantern were covered in tiny markings. He had seen some of them before. A crescent moon, a doorway, a staircase, and beneath them, a small open circle. Elias traced the shape with his eyes. The same symbols. Seraphine nodded. They appear wherever a journey changes direction. Elias looked at her. Changes direction, not ends. She smiled gently. Those are very different things. The words seemed to settle naturally into the night. Elias looked again at the 3 lights. One was warm gold. One was pale silver. The third carried a faint blue glow. They moved slowly around one another. Then, the blue light drifted toward Elias. He raised his hand instinctively. It stopped just above his palm. For an instant, Elias saw something within it. Not a place, not a person, a feeling, the quiet anticipation of someone standing before a door, waiting for the courage to open it. Then the light moved away. It returned to the lantern. Elias lowered his hand. These aren't memories. Seraphine looked at him. No, they are possibilities. Her expression softened. Now you're beginning to see. The lantern brightened. Its empty center slowly filled with delicate golden threads. Hundreds of them. They stretched outward through the glass and into the surrounding darkness, connecting the lantern to distant stars. Some threads disappeared toward the celestial tree. Others descended toward the hidden library below. A few traveled farther, toward places Elias could not see. One thread was different. It remained close. It curved gently through the air and came to rest between Elias and Seraphine. Neither touched it. They simply watched. Seraphine's eyes followed its path. I have never seen that one before. Elias looked at her. Neither have I. The thread gave one soft pulse, then another, and far beyond the bridge, something enormous began to awaken among the stars. The darkness beyond the bridge began to change. At first, Elias noticed only a faint silver movement among the stars. Then another, then hundreds. A vast shape was slowly emerging from the distance. It was not a creature, not a building, not a cloud. It was a constellation, but one unlike any constellation Elias had ever seen. Its stars moved slowly, gracefully, forming and reforming a shape that seemed almost alive. Seraphine watched in silence. "The remembering constellation," she whispered. Elias looked at her. "You know it. I have seen it once, when, long before you found the room of unsent letters." Elias turned back toward the sky. The constellation continued changing. Its stars formed a great circular pattern, then a doorway, then a staircase, then a single small figure standing beneath a lantern. Elias felt the silver key grow warm inside his cloak. He took it out. The key was glowing more brightly than before. Seraphine noticed. The constellation is responding to it. Elias held the key toward the sky. One of the distant stars separated from the constellation. It drifted slowly across the darkness, closer, closer, until it hovered above the bridge. The star opened. Inside was a tiny folded piece of pale paper. Elias stared. A letter. For a moment, neither he nor Seraphine spoke. Then the paper unfolded by itself. There were no words, only a single image. A quiet room, a wooden table, a window overlooking the stars, and on the table, a second silver key. Elias looked at Seraphine. She had gone very still. "You recognize it?" She nodded. "That room belongs to the first keeper of the sleeping stars." Who was the keeper? Seraphine looked toward the distant constellation. "I don't know." Elias waited. "But I know one thing." The paper folded itself again. Seraphine continued softly. "The first keeper left the library a very long time ago." Elias looked at the silver key in his hand. "Did they ever return?" Seraphine's eyes rested on the empty lantern. "No." The answer was quiet, but it changed something. The enormous lantern brightened around them. The golden threads began moving faster, and the mysterious thread between Elias and Seraphine slowly turned toward the far horizon. pointing directly toward the shifting constellation. Elias followed it with his eyes. The next part of the journey was no longer hidden. It was waiting among the stars. The constellation waited. Its stars continued their slow, graceful movement across the endless sky. Elias looked at the silver key, then at the distant image of the room. How do we reach it? Seraphine looked toward the bridge. We don't. Elias turned toward her. She pointed beyond the railing. The golden threads were no longer stretching toward the constellation. They were descending down through the open sky beneath the bridge. Elias stepped closer to the edge. Far below, a second staircase was appearing. It did not rise. It descended, step by step. A pale stone staircase unfolded from the darkness, winding gently between the stars. Elias smiled. The library really does enjoy stairs. Seraphine laughed softly. Apparently, they began walking toward the end of the bridge. The tiny lanterns along their path remained awake now. Each one cast a small pool of warm light beneath their feet. As they walked, Elias noticed something else. The silver key was no longer glowing. Instead, a tiny golden thread had wrapped itself around its handle. He lifted it carefully. The thread pointed downward, toward the descending staircase. Seraphine looked at it. The key has chosen the path. Elias smiled. Or perhaps it is simply tired of waiting. They reached the end of the bridge. Before them, the first step of the descending staircase waited in silence. Elias placed one foot upon it. Nothing happened. He looked at Seraphine. She stepped beside him. Together, they began to descend. Above them, the remembering constellation continued its quiet dance. Behind them, the enormous lantern remained glowing. And somewhere far below, a single forgotten room opened its window to the stars. For the first time in many years, warm light appeared inside. The staircase descended through the stars. For several moments, neither Elias nor Seraphine spoke. There was no railing, no walls, only the pale stone beneath their feet and the endless night surrounding them. Yet each step felt perfectly solid. As they descended, the stars slowly moved higher above them. The great remembering constellation became smaller. The enormous empty lantern faded into the distance, and the golden threads followed quietly behind. Elias glanced over his shoulder. The bridge was almost gone. Do you think the library knew we'd come here? Seraphine considered the question. I think the library knew someone would. Elias smiled. That's a very library answer. It usually is. They continued downward. After perhaps 100 steps, the stars began to disappear. Not completely. They simply became fewer. The darkness around them softened into a deep blue mist. Then Elias noticed something beneath the next step. A faint reflection. Water. He stopped. Seraphine stopped beside him. Below the staircase, far beneath the stars, a calm circular pool stretched across the darkness. At its center stood a small island, and on that island was a house. It was not grand. It was not ancient. It looked almost ordinary. A small stone cottage with a steep roof, warm windows, and a narrow chimney releasing a thin ribbon of silver smoke. Elias stared. "That's it." Seraphine smiled. "Perhaps." The staircase continued downward until its final step rested directly beside the pool. A narrow stone path crossed the water. No bridge, no boat, just a path beneath the surface of the moonlit reflections. Elias stepped onto it. The water did not move. His reflection appeared beneath him, but it was not quite his own. For one brief moment, he saw another young traveler walking across the same path many years earlier. The traveler carried a lantern. In the other hand, a silver key. Elias stopped. The vision continued. The unknown traveler reached the cottage, turned toward the sky, then placed the silver key beneath the doorway. The image faded. Elias looked at the key in his own hand. Seraphine had seen it too. The first keeper. Elias nodded slowly, but they didn't leave the library. He looked toward the cottage. They left something here. Together, they continued across the water. At the cottage door, Elias found a small crescent-shaped lock. The silver key fit perfectly. He turned it. The door opened inward. Warm golden light spilled across the path, and from somewhere inside the quiet little house, a familiar voice whispered, "You're late." Elias froze. Seraphine looked at him. Neither of them had expected that. The voice came again. "You're late." It was not threatening. If anything, there was a gentle amusement hidden within it. Elias looked at Seraphine. She was listening carefully. "You know that voice?" She shook her head. "No." Elias stepped through the doorway. The cottage was warmer than it appeared from outside. A small fire burned quietly in a stone hearth. Books rested on narrow wooden shelves. Several empty lanterns hung from the ceiling, and beside the window stood a writing desk covered with maps, silver threads, and carefully arranged pieces of parchment. But there was no one there. Elias turned slowly. "Hello." "Nothing." Then he noticed the chair beside the hearth. It was gently rocking, as though someone had only just stood from it. On the seat rested a folded blue cloak, very old. Its fabric had faded with time, but along its edge Elias could still see the same golden embroidery used on his own traveler's cloak. He approached it carefully. Seraphine stopped beside him. "That's not a coincidence." Elias touched the embroidery. The moment his fingers reached it, his blossom lantern brightened. 6 golden blossoms opened fully. Then a 7th bud appeared, small, unopened. Elias stared at it. Seraphine smiled softly. "It seems the library has been keeping count." A quiet sound came from the desk. A sheet of paper slid slowly across its wooden surface. It stopped at the edge. Elias picked it up. There was no writing, only a simple drawing. A staircase, a lantern, and 2 small figures standing beneath a sky filled with stars. Elias looked at Seraphine. 2. She nodded, 2. He turned the paper over. On the back was a single symbol, the same crescent moon. But beneath, it was something new. A small open circle. Elias recognized it immediately. The empty lantern. Seraphine looked toward the hanging lanterns above them. "Then this room isn't the destination." Elias slowly lowered the paper. "No." He looked toward the quiet hearth. It was a message. The rocking chair stopped moving, and from somewhere deeper inside the cottage, a soft chime answered. The soft chime faded into the cottage. Elias and Seraphine remained still. Then, a second chime answered from deeper within the house. This one was softer, almost like a distant music box. Elias looked toward the narrow hallway beyond the writing desk. A warm line of light rested beneath the final door. He glanced at Seraphine. She nodded. Together, they walked forward. The hallway was short. Its walls were covered with small framed drawings. A sleeping star, a lantern beneath a tree, a staircase rising through clouds, a quiet room filled with letters, a garden beneath silver leaves. Elias slowed. He recognized several of them. They were not random drawings. They were places he had visited, places from his own journey. Seraphine noticed them too. This house has been watching the library. Elias looked at the final drawing. It showed 2 figures standing beneath a vast tree of stars. One carried a golden lantern. The other stood beside him, beneath an arch of silver branches. Elias looked at Seraphine. Neither spoke. The drawing was too familiar. The final door opened by itself. Beyond it was a small circular room. At its center stood an old wooden table. Upon the table rested a single empty lantern. Beside it lay a handwritten journal. Elias approached slowly. He did not touch it immediately. Something about the journal felt different, not magical, personal, as though someone had once sat at this very table. and written down everything they were afraid the library might forget. Elias opened the first page. There were words, but the ink had faded so deeply that only fragments remained. He could make out a few sentences. The stars do not sleep because they are tired. Elias paused. He continued reading. They sleep because every journey needs a quiet place to remember why it began. The next page was clearer. The first keeper was never meant to keep the stars forever, only to listen, only to guide, only until another traveler was ready. Elias looked up. Seraphine stood beside him. So the keeper left because their work was finished. Seraphine nodded slowly. Perhaps. Elias turned another page. Near the bottom was a final line. When the next traveler arrives with a lantern carrying 7 blossoms, the stars will no longer need a keeper. They will need companions. Elias looked down at his blossom lantern. 6 blossoms were fully open. The 7th remained a tiny, unopened bud. He smiled. We're not there yet. Seraphine looked at the little bud. No. She smiled softly. But we're closer than we were. For the first time since entering the cottage, the room felt less like a mystery. It felt like a beginning. And beneath the quiet floor, something ancient and peaceful began to awaken. The quiet movement beneath the floor continued. It was not loud enough to be called a sound, more like a gentle stirring, as though the cottage itself had awakened after a very long sleep. Elias closed the journal carefully. The final line remained in his thoughts. They will need companions. He looked toward Seraphine. Do you think that's why you were brought here too? Seraphine considered the question. I don't know. Then she smiled. But I think I'm beginning to understand why our paths keep crossing. Elias looked toward the empty lantern on the table. Its glass had begun to glow faintly. 7 small points of light appeared inside it. 6 were golden. The 7th was barely visible, a tiny silver spark. Elias stepped closer. The blossom lantern at his side responded. The 6 open blossoms brightened. The 7th bud trembled gently, but it did not open. Seraphine watched without speaking. Elias reached toward the empty lantern. This time, the light did not move toward him. Instead, it moved toward Seraphine. She raised her hand. The silver spark settled above her palm. For a moment, the room became completely silent. Then Seraphine's expression changed. Not with surprise, with recognition. She looked at Elias. I remember this. Elias waited. From the room of unsent letters. She nodded. Not the room itself. She looked at the tiny silver light. The feeling. The spark brightened, Elias understood. The journey was connecting them, not because either of them was meant to carry it alone, but because some journeys required more than one person to remember the way. The cottage walls began to glow. The drawings hanging in the hallway shimmered softly. The staircase, the lantern, the letters, the garden, the stars, one by one, each image became illuminated. Then the journal opened by itself. Its final page turned. There was no writing, only a simple illustration. A lantern with 7 blossoms. Beside it, 2 travelers standing beneath a sleeping sky. Elias looked at Seraphine. She looked back at him. Neither needed to say what the picture meant. The library had not brought them here to find the first keeper. It had brought them here to discover what would come after. The first keeper had listened to the stars. Now, the stars were waiting to be listened to together. The silver spark rose from Seraphine's hand. It floated toward Elias's blossom lantern. For one quiet second, it hovered above the 7th unopened bud. Then it disappeared inside. The bud opened. A 7th golden blossom unfolded. The entire cottage filled with warm light. And somewhere far above them, the sleeping stars began to wake. The warmth slowly settled. The 7 blossoms on Elias's lantern now glowed together, their light soft and steady. Above the cottage, the sleeping sky had changed. Thousands of stars were no longer completely still. They moved gently, as though waking from a peaceful dream. Elias stepped toward the window. The remembering constellation had disappeared. In its place was something far simpler. 7 stars, arranged in a gentle curve. Each one carried the same warm golden light as the blossoms on his lantern. Seraphine joined him. "They are awake." Elias smiled. "All of them." She looked carefully. "Not all." She pointed toward the horizon. One small star remained dim, almost invisible. Elias followed her gaze. "The last one." Seraphine nodded. The 7th blossom remained open, but the distant 7th star had not yet awakened completely. Elias looked down at the journal. The final words were still visible. "The stars will no longer need a keeper. They will need companions." He understood now. The 7 blossoms were not a reward. They were an invitation, a promise that the journey would continue beyond this room. Elias closed the journal. "Then we shouldn't wake the last one." Seraphine looked at him. "Why not?" "Because perhaps," he said quietly, "it isn't ready." Seraphine smiled. "That's what the library taught you." Elias nodded. "That some things shouldn't be hurried." They stood together beside the window, the quiet cottage behind them. the sleeping stars ahead, and the 7 golden blossoms between them. For the first time, Elias felt no need to know what would happen next. He simply felt grateful to be there. After a while, Seraphine turned toward the doorway. "We should go." Elias glanced back at the cottage. "Will we return?" Seraphine looked at the old journal. "I think the library decides that." They stepped outside. The stone path across the water was still waiting, but the descending staircase was gone. In its place, a new staircase had appeared. It rose gently from the pool toward the stars. Elias looked upward. The path home was already forming. He smiled. The journey had not ended. It had simply shown them another direction. And as Elias and Seraphine began climbing, the 7th star above the cottage gave one final, gentle pulse of light. The new staircase rose quietly through the night. Elias and Seraphine climbed side by side. Neither hurried. Below them, the small cottage grew smaller until its warm windows became little points of gold among the darkness. Above, the 7 stars remained visible. The 7th was still dim, but it no longer seemed distant. It followed them. Elias noticed the golden thread had changed too. It no longer pulled him forward. Instead, it rested loosely beside the steps, almost like a ribbon carried by a gentle breeze. He reached toward it. This time, it wrapped softly around his wrist. Then another thread appeared. It moved toward Seraphine and rested lightly against her hand. She looked at it with quiet wonder. They are connected now. Elias looked between the 2 threads. To us, Seraphine nodded. To the journey, they continued upward. After several minutes, the staircase emerged through a veil of silver mist. They found themselves standing once again beneath the great celestial tree. The empty cradle that had begun the journey was still there, but it was no longer completely empty. A tiny golden light rested inside it. Not a star, not a lantern. Something smaller, something still becoming. Elias approached. The light rose gently from the cradle and floated toward his blossom lantern. It did not enter. Instead, it settled beside the 7 blossoms. A quiet companion. Seraphine stood beside him. Perhaps that was what the cradle was waiting for. Elias looked at the little light. Not a star. She smiled. Not yet. The tree above them shimmered softly. Several sleeping stars opened their light. Far beyond the branches, the hidden library waited in its endless midnight silence. Elias looked at Seraphine. Ready? She nodded. Together, they began walking back toward the warm corridors of the library. Behind them, the celestial tree continued to glow. And somewhere high above, the seventh star finally opened its light. The familiar corridors of the hidden library appeared slowly through the silver mist. Warm lantern light waited beyond the archway. The scent of old wood and distant flowers returned. Elias stepped through first. For a moment, he simply stood there. The library felt exactly as it had before, and yet somehow different. Not changed, more awake. Seraphine stepped beside him. Behind them, the archway had already become an ordinary stretch of stone. No staircase, no cottage, no stars, only the quiet corridor. Elias looked at his blossom lantern. 7 golden blossoms were open now. Beside them floated the tiny companion light from the celestial tree. It followed the lantern faithfully. Seraphine noticed it. "It seems you've brought something home." Elias smiled. "I think it brought itself." They walked slowly through the corridor. Neither felt the need to speak. The journey had given them enough to carry. At the next turning, Elias stopped. A familiar wooden door stood quietly beneath a small golden lantern. Beyond it, the central hall waited. He placed his hand on the handle. Before opening it, he looked towards Seraphine. "Do you think the stars will remember us?" She smiled. "I think they're counting on it." Elias opened the door. Warm light flowed across the corridor. Far beyond the shelves, countless lanterns glowed beneath the vaulted ceiling. The hidden library welcomed them home without ceremony. No bells, no announcements, only the gentle sound of pages turning somewhere in the distance. Elias stepped inside. Seraphine followed. Behind them, the tiny companion light drifted through the doorway. And for just a moment, one of the library's oldest lanterns awakened by itself. Then everything became still again. The journey to the sleeping stars was complete. But somewhere above the highest halls, one final star remained awake, quietly watching, waiting for another night. Morning did not arrive in the hidden library, not in the ordinary way. There was no sunrise beyond the tall windows, no pale horizon, no gradual fading of the stars. Instead, the library simply became quieter. The deepest lanterns softened their glow, and the corridors settled into that rare hour between night and morning, when even the oldest books seemed content to rest. Elias walked slowly through the central hall. The 7 blossoms of his lantern remained open. The tiny companion light floated beside them. It had followed him all the way from the celestial tree. He still did not know what to call it. Perhaps it did not need a name yet. Seraphine walked beside him. For several moments, they said nothing. Then Elias glanced toward the little light. It hasn't left. Seraphine smiled. Perhaps it doesn't want to. Elias looked across the vast hall. Hundreds of floating lanterns rested beneath the vaulted ceiling. Their reflections moved softly across polished wooden floors. Everything felt familiar. Yet Elias noticed something he had never seen before. Several lanterns near the highest balcony were glowing with a faint silver light. Not golden, not blue, silver. He stopped. Seraphine followed his gaze. Those weren't there before. No. She looked more carefully. There were 7 of them. 7 small lanterns arranged along the balcony railing. Each contained a single, unopened paper flower. Elias felt the companion light beside his blossom lantern brighten. One of the silver lanterns responded. Its paper flower unfolded slightly, then stopped. Elias smiled. It seems the library has another question. Seraphine looked at him. Or another invitation. Elias turned toward the staircase leading to the balcony. The first step was already illuminated. Then the second. Then the third. A quiet path of silver light appeared upward. Elias looked at Seraphine. She gave a small nod. Together, they began to climb. The silver staircase continued upward. Elias and Seraphine climbed slowly beneath the quiet ceiling of the library. The tiny companion light floated beside Elias's shoulder, casting a gentle glow across the steps. Neither of them spoke. They did not need to. The 7 silver lanterns above them were waiting. As Elias reached the balcony, he noticed that each lantern had been placed at exactly the same distance from the next. 7 lanterns, 7 unopened paper flowers. He approached the first. The flower was made from pale silver paper. Its petals were tightly folded. Elias lifted his hand. Before he could touch it, the flower opened. Inside was a tiny golden seed. It floated upward, then settled gently into the air between Elias and Seraphine. Elias watched it. What is it? Seraphine leaned closer. A beginning. He smiled. That sounds familiar. It should. She looked toward the other lanterns. The library rarely gives the same gift twice. The second silver lantern opened. Inside was a tiny blue feather. The third contained a smooth amber stone. The fourth held a small dried flower. The fifth, a miniature paper boat. Elias recognized it immediately. The same kind of paper boat he had encountered before. The sea of paper boats. He touched the glass. For a moment, a faint reflection appeared inside. Moonlit water. Hundreds of tiny lights. Then it faded. Seraphine watched quietly. These are not memories of the places. Elias nodded. They are pieces of what those places left behind. The sixth lantern opened. Inside was a small silver bell. Elias recognized that too. The Valley of Silent Bells. He smiled softly. Then they reached the seventh. This one was different. Its paper flower was completely white. No pattern, no glow. Nothing inside. Elias waited. Nothing happened. He looked at Seraphine. She smiled. Perhaps this one isn't ready. Elias nodded. He had learned not to hurry such things. Instead, he sat quietly on the edge of the balcony. Seraphine sat beside him. Below them, the library stretched into darkness. Thousands of books, hundreds of lanterns, endless corridors, all peacefully waiting. The six opened lanterns glowed around them. The seventh remained closed, and somehow that felt perfectly right. Not every beginning needed to reveal itself immediately. Some beginnings needed a little more time. For a while, Elias simply watched the six small lights. Each one seemed to carry a different warmth. The golden seed reminded him of beginnings. The blue feather carried the softness of distant places. The amber stone felt steady and familiar. The dried flower carried the quiet beauty of something once blooming. The little paper boat seemed almost weightless, and the silver bell made the silence around it feel deeper. Elias looked at them one by one. They're all different. Seraphine nodded. Because every journey leaves something different behind. Elias considered this. Then why are they here? Seraphine looked across the balcony. Perhaps the library is remembering. Remembering what? That its travelers change it too. Elias looked down toward the immense central hall. For so long, he had thought of the hidden library as a place that guided travelers, a place that offered doors, rooms, journeys, quiet lessons. But perhaps the relationship worked both ways. Every traveler who passed through left something behind, a kindness, a memory, a little courage, a story, maybe even a silence. And over time, those things became part of the library itself. The tiny companion light beside Elias drifted toward the six silver lanterns. One by one, they brightened. The golden seed began to glow. The blue feather shimmered. The amber stone warmed. The dried flower opened by one tiny petal. The paper boat rocked gently in its lantern, and the silver bell moved without being touched. A single soft note passed through the balcony. Elias smiled. They are not souvenirs. Seraphine looked at him. No, they are seeds. She nodded. Seeds of everything the library has learned from the people who trusted it. The thought touched something deep within Elias. He looked toward the seventh, unopened lantern. "What about that one?" Seraphine smiled. "Perhaps it belongs to someone who hasn't arrived yet." Elias looked at the empty flower. For once, he did not feel the need to know who. He simply left it waiting, exactly as the library had always done for him. Elias remained beside the seventh lantern. The others had begun to settle. Their lights no longer shimmered with the excitement of discovery. They simply glowed. Quietly, patiently, he understood that feeling now. The library had taught him that waiting did not always mean uncertainty. Sometimes, waiting was its own kind of kindness. Seraphine stood near the balcony railing. Beyond her, the highest shelves disappeared into the darkness. Then she noticed something below. Elias. He turned. She was looking toward the central hall. One of the floating lanterns had begun moving. Slowly, it descended from the vaulted ceiling. It passed between the balconies without disturbing a single flame. Then it came to rest above the main staircase. Elias recognized it. The lantern carried a small golden blossom, but unlike his blossom lantern, this blossom was already fully open. What does that mean? Seraphine watched it carefully. I don't know. The lantern opened. Inside was a narrow strip of pale paper. It floated downward. Elias caught it. There was no writing, only a simple drawing. A circular stone archway standing alone in a quiet garden. Beyond it, nothing but soft golden mist and countless tiny lights floating in the distance. Elias looked at Seraphine. She smiled. A new journey. He studied the drawing. Already, perhaps the library doesn't believe in long goodbyes. Elias laughed softly. The tiny companion light drifted toward the drawing. For a moment, one of the distant lights appeared within the paper. It shimmered once. Then the image became still again. Elias folded the paper carefully. He did not place it inside his cloak. Instead, he set it beside the seventh silver lantern. The unopened flower brightened very slightly. Seraphine noticed. It recognizes it. Elias smiled. Then perhaps we should leave it here. They stepped away from the lantern. Behind them, the 7 silver lights continued glowing, 6 carrying what the library had already learned, 1 quietly waiting for what it had yet to discover. And beneath them, the central hall began to fill with the softest golden light. A new path was forming, not for tonight, not yet, but someday, when another traveler was ready. The golden light in the central hall continued to gather. It did not become brighter. It simply became warmer. Elias and Seraphine stood together at the balcony, watching the quiet transformation below. One by one, the floating lanterns began returning to their usual places. The central hall slowly became still again. Yet something had changed. The library no longer felt as though it were waiting for Elias to discover something. It felt as though it had begun waiting with him. Elias looked at the little drawing beside the seventh silver lantern. The quiet garden remained perfectly still on its pale paper. "Do you think that's where we're going next?" Seraphine shook her head. "Not necessarily." Elias looked at her. "Why?" "Because a story can show you a path without asking you to follow it." He smiled. "Another library answer." Seraphine smiled back. "You're getting used to them." They began walking along the balcony. As they passed the silver lanterns, each one responded with a tiny glow. The golden seed, the blue feather, the amber stone, the dried flower, the paper boat, the silver bell, then the seventh lantern. Its flower remained closed, but now there was a faint golden line running through one of its folded petals. Elias stopped. Something changed. Seraphine looked closely. It did. He waited. The flower opened by the smallest amount, not enough to reveal what was inside, only enough for a single thread of light to escape. The thread drifted toward Elias, then changed direction. It moved toward Seraphine. She raised her hand. The light rested above her palm. For an instant, both of them saw the same image. A quiet garden, silver grass moving gently beneath the night breeze. A simple wooden bench beneath an ancient tree. And beyond the garden, a circular stone archway standing open beneath a sky filled with distant floating lights. Then the vision disappeared. Seraphine lowered her hand. Elias looked at her. "Now we know." She nodded. "Not where we're going, but who might need us." Seraphine smiled softly. "Perhaps." The seventh lantern closed again. The library returned to silence. Elias looked toward the distant corridor. For the first time that night, he felt something different from curiosity. He felt readiness, not to chase another mystery, but to be present when the next journey finally asked for him. He and Seraphine continued down the balcony. Behind them, 7 lanterns glowed quietly in the darkness, and somewhere within the hidden library, an unwritten garden waited beneath the moon. They reached the end of the balcony. Below them, the central hall had become almost completely still. Only a few lanterns remained awake. Their reflections rested across the polished floor like small pools of moonlight. Elias placed one hand on the wooden railing. For a moment, he thought of how different this place had felt when he first entered it. Back then, every corridor had seemed like a question. Every door had seemed to contain something he needed to understand. Now he was beginning to see the library differently. Not every door was a question. Some were simply invitations. Some were memories. Some were places where someone else might one day need to rest. Seraphine stood beside him. "You've changed." Elias looked at her. "In what way?" "You don't seem to be searching anymore." He considered that. She was right. He had spent so much of his journey looking for the next answer, the next room, the next meaning. But tonight, beneath the sleeping stars, he had learned something quieter. A journey did not become meaningful because every question received an answer. Sometimes it became meaningful because you learned which questions could safely remain open. Elias smiled. "Maybe I'm finally learning how to be a traveler." Seraphine looked toward the immense shelves. "Or perhaps," she said softly, "you're learning how to come home." The words stayed between them. Then the tiny companion light floated upward. It moved across the balcony, past the silver lanterns, and toward the distant darkness. Elias watched it. For one moment, he wondered whether it was leaving, but it stopped beneath the highest archway. There, a tiny golden doorway appeared. Not a real door, not yet, only the outline of one. The companion light hovered before it. Seraphine smiled. "It has found something." Elias nodded. "But it isn't asking us to follow." "No." They stood together, watching, waiting. The little doorway remained. The companion light remained. And the library remained quiet around them. Nothing needed to happen. Nothing needed to be solved. For now, it was enough simply to know that another path existed. Elias looked toward the sleeping corridors. Then he turned away from the doorway. "Come on." Seraphine followed. "Where?" Elias smiled. "Somewhere warm." Together, they walked toward the lower halls, while the tiny golden doorway continued glowing softly behind them. The lower halls were warmer. Here, the lanterns hung closer to the floor, their golden light resting softly against the old wooden walls. Elias and Seraphine walked without speaking. After the vastness of the sleeping stars, the quiet intimacy of the library felt comforting. They passed a small reading alcove. An empty armchair waited beside a low table. A blanket had been folded neatly across its back. A cup of tea rested nearby, still warm. Elias smiled. "Someone prepared this." Seraphine nodded. "Someone always does." He stopped beside the chair. For a moment, he thought about the first lesson the library had ever given him. Kindness did not always arrive when someone asked for it. Sometimes it simply waited, ready. He looked at Seraphine. Do you think the library prepares these places for people it knows will come? Perhaps. She touched the folded blanket gently. Or perhaps it prepares them because someone might. Elias looked around the little alcove. No mystery, no hidden door, no ancient key, just a chair, a blanket, and a warm cup of tea. Somehow, that felt just as magical. They continued down the corridor. At the next turn, Elias noticed something unusual. A small wooden shelf had appeared beneath a lantern. On it rested 7 objects, the same 7 things they had seen above. A golden seed, a blue feather, an amber stone, a dried flower, a miniature paper boat, a silver bell, and an empty space. Elias stopped. The 7th. Seraphine nodded. Still waiting, he looked at the empty space, then at the little companion light floating beside his lantern. It drifted toward the shelf. For a moment, the empty space glowed, but nothing appeared. Elias smiled. That's all right. Seraphine looked at him. You're not disappointed. No. He looked toward the empty space. Some things are more beautiful when they are allowed to arrive in their own time. Seraphine smiled. Then perhaps the library chose the right traveler. Elias gave a quiet laugh. Let's hope it agrees. The lantern above them flickered softly, and somewhere deep within the library, a single page turned. The page turned softly. Elias stopped. He looked back toward the corridor. There was no wind, no open window, nothing that could have moved the book. Yet somewhere beyond the walls, another page turned, then another. Seraphine listened. It isn't one book. Elias nodded. The library is reading. They followed the sound. It led them deeper into the lower halls, past quiet reading rooms and sleeping alcoves, until they reached a small circular chamber Elias had never noticed before. There were no towering shelves here, only a single round table beneath a hanging lantern. Around the table stood 7 empty chairs. 6 were ordinary wooden chairs. The 7th was smaller and slightly turned toward the doorway. Elias looked at it. The same number. Seraphine nodded. 7. On the table rested an open book. Its pages were completely blank. Elias approached. He expected words to appear. They didn't. Instead, the tiny companion light floated over the book. A warm circle of illumination spread across the paper. Slowly, a single line appeared. Not a sentence, a simple drawing, a lantern, then beneath it, 7 small points of light. Elias smiled. The library isn't writing the story for us. Seraphine looked at the empty chairs. No, she understood. It is making room for whoever comes next. Elias looked around the chamber. 6 chairs had already been occupied by the memory of earlier journeys. The 7th remained empty, waiting, not for him, not for Seraphine, for someone whose path had not yet reached the library. Elias gently closed the book. We should leave it. Seraphine smiled. Yes. They turned toward the doorway. Behind them, the hanging lantern brightened once. The tiny companion light followed, and the 7 chairs remained exactly as they were. 6 holding the quiet warmth of journeys already remembered, and 1 waiting patiently for a traveler who had not yet arrived. They left the circular chamber quietly. The door closed behind them without a sound. For several moments, Elias remained thoughtful. 7 chairs, 6 journeys remembered, 1 still waiting. He wondered how many travelers the library had welcomed before him, and how many it might welcome after him. The thought did not make him feel small. It made the library feel larger, more alive, more generous. They continued through the lower halls until the corridor opened into a small conservatory. Moonlight filtered through a glass ceiling. Silver leaves rested against the panes, and tiny flowers opened whenever the night breeze passed through. A narrow stream moved quietly beneath a row of stepping stones. Elias stopped. I know this place. Seraphine looked around. You've been here before. Not this exact room. He smiled, but it feels familiar. The tiny companion light drifted ahead. It passed over the stream, then hovered above a small wooden bench. Beside the bench sat an old, empty notebook. Elias approached. The cover was plain. No symbol, no title, just a small golden thread tied around it. He picked it up. The notebook opened. The first page was blank. So was the second. The third page held a single line. You do not need to know the whole journey to take the next gentle step. Elias read it silently, then closed the notebook. Seraphine looked at him. Useful. He smiled, very. She pointed toward the final pages. There's more. Elias opened them. 3 pages remained. The first showed a quiet garden beneath a silver moon. The second showed a simple stone archway surrounded by tall, pale grass. The third was completely blank. Elias looked at Seraphine. 3 possibilities. Perhaps. Which one? Seraphine shook her head. Not every path needs to be chosen tonight. Elias nodded. He placed the notebook carefully back on the bench. The golden thread loosened, then disappeared. The tiny companion light returned to his side. Together, they walked deeper into the conservatory. Behind them, the blank final page slowly filled with the faintest golden glow, as though the library itself was quietly waiting to see what they would write there. The conservatory grew quieter as they walked deeper inside. The moonlight became softer beneath the glass ceiling. Tiny flowers opened along the stream whenever the companion light passed above them. Elias noticed that the flowers did not bloom all at once. One opened, then another, then another. He slowed beside the water. They're following it. Seraphine smiled. Perhaps they're remembering how. Elias watched the little light drift ahead. It paused above a cluster of unopened flowers. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the smallest flower opened. Its petals revealed a tiny golden seed. Elias smiled. Another beginning. Seraphine shook her head gently. Not quite. She pointed toward the stream. The seed had fallen into the water. It drifted slowly downstream. As it moved, flowers opened along both banks, not because the seed stopped, because it continued. Elias watched the trail of blooming flowers disappear around the bend. I understand. Seraphine looked at him. Do you? Elias nodded. Some things aren't meant to stay with us. He watched the seed continue into the darkness. They're meant to keep moving. Seraphine smiled. Exactly. They followed the stream for a little while. The conservatory gradually opened into a wider garden. At its center stood a simple wooden bridge. Beyond it, the path divided. One path curved toward a warm golden glow. The other disappeared beneath silver leaves. Elias stopped. He remembered the notebook. 3 paths. The garden of golden butterflies. The staircase to the sleeping stars. And the blank page. But now he understood something he had not understood before. The library was not asking him to choose. It was teaching him that several paths could exist without demanding an answer. He looked at Seraphine. We can come back. She smiled. Yes. And we don't have to know when. No. Elias looked toward the 2 paths. Then he stepped onto the wooden bridge. Not toward either one. Just forward. Seraphine followed. Behind them, the tiny companion light hovered over the stream. The last golden seed disappeared around the bend, and another flower quietly opened. The wooden bridge carried them quietly across the stream. Behind them, the conservatory continued to bloom. Ahead, the path became softer. There were no lanterns here. No signs, no doors. Only moonlight filtering through silver leaves. Elias walked beside Seraphine in comfortable silence. After a while, she spoke. You've stopped asking where the path leads. Elias smiled. I still want to know. Then what changed? He thought for a moment. I don't think knowing makes the journey better. Seraphine looked at him. And if the path takes you somewhere you didn't expect, then I'll discover it when I arrive. She smiled. That's different from the Elias I first met. He glanced at her. You noticed? I noticed quite a while ago. They continued walking. The little companion light floated between them. For once, it did not lead. It simply stayed close. Elias watched it for a moment. Then he understood. Perhaps that was the greatest change of all. He had spent much of his journey following lights because he believed they knew the way. Now, he could walk beside one without needing it to lead. The path opened into a quiet circular garden. At its center stood a simple stone basin filled with clear, moonlit water. No reflection appeared in it. Instead, the water showed tiny moments. A lantern being lit, a book being opened, a cup of tea being poured, a paper boat released onto water, a letter finally placed into the light, a traveler sitting beneath a tree. Elias recognized them, not as destinations, but as moments, small moments that had changed him without announcing themselves. Seraphine stood beside him. Perhaps this is what the library wanted you to see. Elias looked at the water, that the journey wasn't only the places. She nodded. It was everything you became while passing through them. The surface became still. The visions disappeared. Only their reflections remained. Elias looked at himself, then at Seraphine, then at the tiny companion light hovering between them. He smiled. For the first time, the reflection looked exactly right, not because he had finally reached the end, because he no longer needed to. The garden remained quiet around them, and somewhere beyond the silver leaves, a distant golden butterfly appeared. The garden remained quiet. The moonlight rested across the stone basin. The silver grass moved gently in the night breeze. Elias and Seraphine stood beside the water, looking toward the distant archway. Beyond it, there was no visible destination, only soft golden mist and hundreds of tiny lights floating far away. Elias watched them for a long while. Do you think they are lanterns? Seraphine smiled. Maybe. Or stars. Maybe. He laughed softly. You're getting good at library answers. She looked at him. Perhaps some things are better left unnamed. Elias nodded. The tiny companion light floated toward the archway. It paused beneath the empty opening. For a moment, the distant lights beyond the mist moved closer. Not quickly, not as though summoned, simply drifting, one by one, until several tiny points of warm light hovered beyond the arch. Then they became still. Elias felt no urge to cross. Not tonight. He had finally learned that an open path did not always mean an immediate invitation. Sometimes it simply meant that the future had room for you. He looked at Seraphine. Not tonight. She smiled. Not tonight. They turned away from the archway. Together, they walked toward the warm corridors of the hidden library. Behind them, the empty arch remained beneath the moon. The distant lights continued floating beyond it. Nothing called them back. Nothing needed to. The path would remain, and when the right moment came, they would know. As Elias and Seraphine disappeared into the warmth of the library, the tiny companion light followed them. The garden grew quiet again. The stone basin became perfectly still, and the unwritten path remained exactly where they had left it, patiently waiting for another night. The warmth of the lower halls slowly surrounded them. Elias and Seraphine walked beneath rows of quiet lanterns, leaving the unwritten garden behind. For a while, neither spoke. The hidden library seemed content to let the silence travel with them. At the end of the corridor, they reached a familiar reading room. Its tall windows looked out upon nothing but darkness, yet a soft golden glow rested beyond the glass, as though another part of the library existed just beyond sight. Elias stopped. There wasn't a light there before. Seraphine looked toward the window. No. They stood quietly. The glow moved, not toward them, but across the darkness. Slowly, it formed the outline of a distant room. A long wooden table appeared first, then several empty chairs, then a collection of small lanterns resting along the table. Elias watched with quiet curiosity. Is the library showing us another place? Seraphine shook her head. Look more carefully. Elias did. The room beyond the glass was not another destination. It was this room, only seen differently. The same table, the same chairs, the same lanterns, but arranged as though someone had once gathered there and might gather there again. Elias understood. It isn't showing us somewhere else. No, it's showing us what was here. Seraphine nodded. A quiet warmth settled inside him. The library was not only preserving places, it was preserving moments, gatherings, conversations, people who had once sat together beneath the same lanterns. The golden glow faded. The window returned to darkness, but one small lantern remained visible. It rested at the center of the distant table. Elias smiled. Someone left the light on. Seraphine looked at him. Perhaps they knew someone would return. Elias glanced down the empty corridor. For the first time, he wondered whether the library's oldest memories might not belong to places at all. Perhaps they belonged to people, and perhaps some of those people were still waiting to be remembered. Elias remained beside the window. The last trace of golden light had disappeared. Only his own reflection remained in the glass. For a moment, he saw himself standing alone. Then Seraphine's reflection appeared beside his. The tiny companion light floated between them. Elias smiled. Maybe the library remembers everyone. Seraphine looked toward the dark window. Perhaps even people who never returned. She was quiet for a moment. Especially them. The answer stayed with Elias. He looked again at the empty room reflected in the glass. The table, the chairs, the single lantern. There was something deeply peaceful about the thought. A person's presence did not always disappear simply because their footsteps had. Sometimes what they had given remained. A kindness remembered, a chair left ready, a light kept burning, a story preserved somewhere beyond ordinary time. Elias touched the window gently. The glass warmed beneath his fingertips. Then something unexpected happened. A second lantern appeared in the distant room. It was placed beside the first, then a third, then a fourth soon. 7 small lanterns rested along the table. Elias looked at Seraphine. She was smiling. 7 again. He nodded, but this time the number did not feel like a mystery. It felt like a gathering. 7 places at a table. 7 lights kept waiting. 7 empty chairs. And suddenly, Elias understood why the 7th chair in the circular chamber had felt different. Perhaps it had never meant an unknown traveler. Perhaps it meant someone who had once belonged and whose place had never truly been forgotten. The thought touched him quietly. He stepped away from the window. "Let's keep walking." Seraphine nodded. Together, they continued down the corridor. Behind them, the reflected room slowly faded, but the 7 lanterns remained visible for one final moment, warmly illuminating the empty chairs. Then, the darkness returned. The corridor grew narrower as they walked. The great shelves gave way to smaller bookcases, then to quiet wooden walls, then finally to a single long passage illuminated by small lamps set close to the floor. Elias noticed something unusual. Every lamp was facing the same direction, toward the far end of the passage. He slowed. Someone wanted people to find their way. Seraphine smiled, or to remember where they had been. At the end stood a small wooden table. Upon it rested 7 envelopes. Each was sealed with a different kind of wax. Golden, silver, blue, amber, green, white, and one completely unmarked. Elias did not touch them. Seraphine looked at the envelopes. Letters. He nodded, unsent. The words carried a familiar weight. Elias thought of the room of unsent letters. He had already walked through that place. He had learned what it meant to release words that were never meant to arrive. But these envelopes felt different. They were not scattered across a room. They had been arranged carefully, as though someone had placed them here for a specific reason. Elias looked at the final unmarked envelope. Do you think they are connected? Seraphine shook her head. Not everything that looks similar belongs to the same story. Elias smiled. Good. He understood immediately. The library was teaching him another lesson. Memory could return without repetition. A symbol could appear again without becoming the same story. He stepped closer. The tiny companion light floated over the envelopes. 6 seals remained perfectly still. The unmarked envelope moved slightly, not toward Elias, toward Seraphine. She looked surprised. The envelope stopped just above her hand. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Seraphine whispered, I don't think this one is yours. Elias looked at her. Then perhaps it's yours. She did not open it. Instead, she gently placed both hands beneath it. The envelope settled into her palms. Its surface remained completely blank. No name, no seal, no instruction, only a quiet warmth. Seraphine looked down at it. For the first time since Elias had met her, she seemed unsure of what to say, and Elias understood that perhaps the library had not brought Seraphine into this journey merely to accompany him. Perhaps she had a path of her own. Seraphine continued to hold the envelope. The corridor around them remained perfectly still. No lantern flickered. No page turned. Nothing in the library seemed to demand an answer. Elias looked at her. You don't have to open it. She nodded. I know. She turned the envelope gently between her fingers. There was something familiar about its warmth, not because she recognized the paper, but because it felt as though it had been waiting for her without ever becoming impatient. Elias leaned against the wooden table. What do you think is inside? Seraphine looked at the blank surface. I don't know, and if you never find out. She smiled faintly. Then it can remain a letter that was never opened. Elias smiled. That's a very library answer. She gave a quiet laugh. For a moment, neither moved. Then the tiny companion light drifted toward the envelope. It did not touch it. Instead, a thin golden glow appeared along its edge. The envelope opened by itself. There was no letter inside, no no handwriting, no message, only a small pressed leaf, silver on one side, deep green on the other. Seraphine lifted it carefully. The leaf seemed almost weightless. Elias looked at it. "That's all." Seraphine nodded. "Perhaps." She turned it over. A tiny vein of gold ran through its center. The companion light brightened, and suddenly Seraphine understood. This isn't a message. Elias waited. It's a reminder. Of what? She looked down at the leaf. That something can be carried without being explained. Elias smiled. He did not ask what the leaf reminded her of. Some memories belonged to the person carrying them. The library had given her something private, and Elias knew better than to turn it into another mystery simply because he was curious. Seraphine placed the leaf inside the envelope again, then closed it gently. She looked at Elias. "Thank you." He smiled. "For what?" "For not asking." They continued down the corridor. Seraphine carried the unopened envelope with her, not as a puzzle, not as a promise, simply as something that had found its way into her hands and was allowed to remain there. The corridor opened into a smaller reading hall. Unlike the great rooms of the hidden library, this one felt almost private. There were only a few shelves, a round table, 3 comfortable chairs, and a wide window overlooking a quiet courtyard. Seraphine placed the envelope on the table. She did not move away from it. Elias noticed. "You can leave it here." She looked at him. "I know, but you don't want to." She smiled. "No." There was no embarrassment in the answer, only honesty. Elias pulled out one of the chairs. "Then sit." Seraphine sat. He took the chair opposite her. The third remained empty. The tiny companion light settled above it. For a while, they simply sat together. No questions, no discoveries, no destination waiting beyond another door. Just 3 quiet lights and 2 travelers resting beneath them. Eventually, Seraphine looked toward the empty chair. "It feels strange." "What does?" "Having a place waiting for someone without knowing who they'll be." Elias looked at the chair. "I used to think an empty place meant something was missing. And now I think it means there's room." Seraphine smiled. "That's a beautiful difference." The little companion light drifted toward the window. Outside, the courtyard was beginning to change. Small pale flowers opened along the stone paths. A gentle breeze moved through the trees. Nothing magical happened, nothing dramatic, yet the room seemed to become warmer. Seraphine looked down at the envelope. "I think I understand why the library gave this to me." Elias waited. not because I need to remember something. She touched the silver green leaf through the paper. Because I need to remember that I don't have to explain everything I carry. Elias nodded. That sounds like something worth remembering. She smiled. Perhaps that's why the library chose an envelope with no name. Elias looked toward the window. Some things don't need a name. Outside, one pale flower opened, then another. The courtyard slowly filled with quiet light, and the third chair remained empty. Not lonely, not forgotten, simply waiting, with enough room for whoever might one day need it. The courtyard remained quiet beyond the window. The pale flowers had opened completely now, their soft light reflected against the glass, making the reading hall feel almost like a room floating beneath a gentle dawn. Seraphine watched them. Elias remained silent. After a while, she reached for the envelope again. She opened it carefully. The silver green leaf rested inside. Nothing else. Yet when she lifted the leaf into the lantern light, a faint pattern appeared across its surface. Not words, not symbols, only the outline of a tree. Seraphine looked at it for a long moment. Then she smiled. I remember this. Elias did not ask what. She continued, looking at the leaf, not the tree itself. Her fingers moved gently across its surface. The feeling. Elias nodded. He understood. Sometimes memory did not return as a picture. Sometimes it returned as warmth, as the feeling of a place where you had once been safe, or the quiet certainty that someone had once cared. Seraphine placed the leaf back inside the envelope. I think I was afraid I'd forgotten. Elias looked at her. Maybe you didn't. She smiled. Maybe I only stopped looking for the memory. The words settled softly into the room. The tiny companion light drifted closer. For a brief moment, the silver green leaf glowed. Then the glow faded. Nothing more happened. No hidden message appeared. No door opened. And somehow, that made the moment feel complete. Seraphine closed the envelope. This time, she did not hesitate. She placed it inside her cloak. Elias smiled. Keeping it, yes, good. She looked at him. You really aren't going to ask what the tree means. He smiled. No. Seraphine laughed quietly. You're learning. From you. The two of them remained seated for another few moments. Outside, the pale flowers slowly folded their petals again. Night was returning to stillness, and Elias realized that perhaps this was why Seraphine had been brought into his journey, not to solve the library's mysteries for him, but to remind him that some mysteries belonged to the heart and did not need solving at all. The reading hall grew quieter. The flowers outside had folded their petals, leaving only a faint silver glow along the courtyard stones. Seraphine remained beside the window. Her hand rested lightly over the envelope inside her cloak. Elias stood and walked toward the shelves. He looked through the quiet rows without searching for anything in particular. Then he noticed a small book lying slightly apart from the others. Its cover was worn. There was no title. He pulled it free. The book opened naturally in his hands. Most of the pages were blank, but near the middle, he found a single sentence. Some memories return when we stop asking them to. Elias read it twice, then closed the book. Seraphine looked at him. Another message. Maybe. She smiled. Did it tell you something? He thought about it. No. Then why are you smiling? Because I think I'm beginning to understand. He placed the book back on the shelf. The library doesn't always give us something new. Seraphine nodded. Sometimes it gives us permission to notice what was already there. Elias looked toward the quiet courtyard. The thought felt strangely familiar. The tea he had once been given without asking. The empty chair prepared before anyone arrived. The lantern left burning in a room with no traveler. The paths that did not demand to be followed. The memories that did not need to be explained. Perhaps the hidden library had been teaching the same lesson in countless different languages, and he was only now becoming quiet enough to hear it. Seraphine walked over. Are you ready? Elias looked at her. For what? She smiled. To keep walking. He nodded, yes. They left the reading hall together. The tiny companion light followed them into the corridor. Behind them, the empty third chair remained beneath the lantern, and inside Seraphine's cloak, the silver-green leaf rested quietly against her heart. Not a mystery, not a promise, simply a memory, finally allowed to remain. The corridor beyond the reading hall felt different, not darker, just quieter. The lanterns were smaller here, each one hanging beneath a simple wooden arch. Elias and Seraphine walked beneath them slowly. After several turns, the corridor opened into a long gallery. Portraits lined both walls. Not paintings of kings, not portraits of famous travelers. They were ordinary moments. A woman reading beside a window. A child sleeping beside a pile of books. Two friends sharing tea. An old traveler resting beneath a tree. Someone writing at a desk long after midnight. Someone standing at a doorway, waiting. Elias stopped. The library keeps these too. Seraphine looked at the portraits. Perhaps they're not portraits. What are they? Moments someone thought were worth remembering. Elias moved closer to one. The woman in the painting was smiling at a book. Nothing extraordinary was happening, yet the warmth in her expression made the painting feel alive. He looked at the next. Two people sat across from each other with cups of tea between them. The next showed a traveler asleep in a chair. The next, an empty room with a lantern burning beside an open book. Elias smiled. They are all small things. Seraphine nodded. That's why they matter. He looked at her. What do you mean? Most people remember the important days. She glanced along the gallery. But the heart remembers the ordinary ones too. Elias considered that. The library had taught him about journeys, but perhaps it had also been preserving something more fragile. The moments between journeys, the quiet pauses, the meals, the conversations, the times when nothing happened, and yet everything felt right. They continued through the gallery. Near the very end stood one empty frame. Unlike the others, it contained no painting, only a warm golden glow. Elias stopped. Another empty place. Seraphine smiled. Not empty. He looked at her, waiting. Perhaps. Elias nodded. He did not ask what belonged inside. He was beginning to understand that an empty frame could be a form of welcome, a space reserved for a moment that had not happened yet. They walked on. Behind them, the empty frame continued glowing softly, waiting for a memory that had not yet been made. The gallery continued beyond the empty frame. Elias expected another corridor. Instead, the ceiling slowly disappeared. The wooden walls opened into a quiet indoor courtyard beneath a glass roof. Moonlight rested across pale stone. At the center stood a circular table. 7 places had been arranged around it. No chairs, no books, no objects, only 7 small pools of warm light resting upon the tabletop. Elias approached. 7 again. Seraphine smiled. But different. He looked carefully. She was right. These were not lanterns. They were simply lights, as though someone had gathered small pieces of evening and placed them there. Elias reached toward one. Before his fingers touched it, the light moved away. Not frightened, simply unwilling to be held. He smiled. I suppose some things prefer to remain where they are. Seraphine nodded. A soft breeze moved through the courtyard. One light drifted toward the empty edge of the table. Then another. Soon all 7 lights had arranged themselves in a gentle circle. The tiny companion light floated above them. For a moment, the 7 lights reflected in its golden glow. Elias watched quietly. Then he noticed something. There was no eighth light, no missing place, nothing waiting to be completed. The circle was already whole. He looked at Seraphine. I think I finally understand. She waited. We keep thinking the seventh place means something is missing. Seraphine nodded slowly. But maybe 7 is simply enough. A quiet smile appeared on her face. Perhaps. Elias looked around the courtyard. The empty frame, the empty chair, the unopened lantern, the blank page. He had spent the entire evening assuming each empty space was waiting to be filled. But maybe the library had never been asking him to fill them. Maybe it was teaching him how to leave room for another person, another memory, another journey, another possibility, without needing to decide what it would become. Elias stepped away from the table. The 7 lights remained exactly where they were, complete, quiet, unhurried. Seraphine walked beside him. Neither looked back. Yet behind them, the 7 lights continued glowing beneath the moon. And for the first time that night, the library's empty spaces no longer felt empty at all. They walked beyond the courtyard. The corridor gradually returned to the familiar warmth of the lower library. Elias glanced back once. The 7 lights were no longer visible, but he did not feel the need to return. Something about the evening had settled inside him. Not an answer, a feeling, the feeling that a place could remain unfinished and still be complete. Seraphine walked quietly beside him. After a while, she touched the envelope beneath her cloak. Elias. He turned. Thank you. He smiled. You already said that. I know. She looked ahead. I meant it again. He laughed softly. Then you're welcome again. They continued. At the end of the passage, they found a small doorway neither of them had noticed before. It stood open. Beyond it was a modest room with 2 armchairs beside a fireplace. No magical objects, no strange symbols, only warmth. A small kettle rested above the fire. 2 cups waited on a wooden tray. Elias smiled. Somewhere warm. Seraphine smiled back. You remembered. They entered. The fire made no sound except the occasional soft crackle. Elias poured the tea. Seraphine sat beside the window. For a few minutes, they simply drank. No destination, no prophecy, no hidden message. Just tea, warmth, and the quiet comfort of having someone beside you. Elias looked around the room. After everything they had seen, this felt strangely perfect. He understood now. The most meaningful part of a journey was not always the moment when something extraordinary appeared. Sometimes it was the moment afterward, when you could finally sit down, breathe, and realize that you had been carrying more than you knew. Seraphine looked at him. "You seem peaceful." Elias considered the word, then nodded. "I think I am." Outside the window, the library remained awake. Thousands of books rested beneath thousands of lanterns. Countless paths waited beyond unseen corridors. And somewhere, an empty frame waited for a future memory. An empty chair waited for a future traveler. An unwritten garden waited beneath the moon. But tonight, none of them needed to be found. Tonight, two travelers simply rested, and the library quietly rested with them. The tea slowly cooled between them. Outside the window, the hidden library remained peaceful. Elias leaned back in his chair. For once, he wasn't thinking about the next corridor. He wasn't wondering what waited beyond the next staircase. He wasn't trying to understand what the library wanted him to discover. He was simply there. Seraphine watched the fire. After a while, she spoke. "Do you remember the first time you came here?" Elias smiled. "Yes." "What did you think this place was?" He thought carefully. "A collection of mysteries." Seraphine smiled. "And now?" Elias looked around the little room. "A collection of memories." She nodded. "Maybe that's why it keeps changing." Elias watched a small ember rise from the fire. "Maybe it isn't changing." Seraphine looked at him. "Maybe we're changing." He smiled. The thought felt right. The library had not become gentler. He had simply learned how to notice its gentleness. The silence between them returned. This time, it felt complete. Seraphine reached beneath her cloak and placed the small envelope on the table. She did not open it. She didn't need to. The silver-green leaf remained safely inside. Elias looked at it. "Are you going to keep it?" She smiled. "Yes, always." Seraphine considered the question. "No." Elias waited. "Until it is finished reminding me." He smiled. That answer felt right too. The tiny companion light floated between them. Then it drifted toward the window. Beyond the glass, one distant point of golden light appeared. Then another. Then another. They did not form a path. They simply remained scattered across the darkness, like quiet possibilities. Elias watched them. He no longer needed to know where they led. He only needed to know they were there. Seraphine stood, ready. Elias looked at her. This time, he knew exactly what she meant. He rose from the chair. Together, they left the warm room. The door remained open behind them. The fire continued glowing. The 2 cups remained on the table, and the library quietly held their place. They walked deeper into the sleeping halls. destination called. No mystery waited, only the soft rhythm of their footsteps and the gentle glow of the companion light. For tonight, that was enough, and somewhere beyond the highest halls, the stars remained asleep. The corridor beyond the resting room grew quieter with every step. The warmth of the fire slowly faded behind them. Ahead, the lanterns became fewer, then smaller, then so soft that Elias could barely see where one ended and the next began. He and Seraphine continued without speaking. The tiny companion light floated between them. It no longer seemed eager to lead. It simply remained close. After several turns, the corridor began to rise. Not sharply, only gently, one shallow step at a time. Elias noticed the change beneath his feet. "We're going upward." Seraphine looked ahead. Yes, the staircase was narrow at first. Its steps were made from pale wood, worn smooth by countless travelers. Along the walls were small windows, but they did not look outside. Each window opened onto a different part of the night sky. Through one, Elias saw a crescent moon resting above distant mountains. Through another, a field of stars stretched endlessly into darkness. Another showed clouds drifting beneath a silver moon. He stopped beside one. The view was so peaceful that for several seconds he forgot to breathe. Above the clouds, a single star was moving, slowly, almost imperceptibly. Elias watched it cross the window. "That one is falling." Seraphine smiled. "No." He looked at her. "Then what is it doing?" "Resting." Elias studied the star again. It was not falling at all. It was descending gently through the darkness, as though the sky itself had lowered it closer to the library. The star came to rest behind a distant layer of clouds, then disappeared. Elias smiled. "Sleeping." Seraphine nodded. "Perhaps." They continued upward. With every step, the library became quieter. The sounds of distant pages turning disappeared. The faint movement of lanterns faded. Even their footsteps seemed softer. Elias looked back. Far below, the corridor had become a thin ribbon of warm light. He could still see the little resting room. The doorway remained open. The fire still glowed. Everything they had left behind was still there. Nothing had vanished simply because they had continued. Elias felt a quiet warmth in his chest. Perhaps that was another thing he had learned. Moving forward did not mean leaving everything behind. Some places remained with you, even after you climbed beyond them. Seraphine reached the next landing. She waited. Elias joined her. There was no door, only another staircase rising into darkness. And above them, far beyond the final visible step, tiny points of light appeared one by one. Not stars, not lanterns, something in between. They were small, soft, and perfectly still. Elias looked upward. For the first time that night, he felt the old familiar wonder returning. But it was quieter now, gentler. He smiled. Maybe we're getting close. Seraphine looked toward the lights. Maybe. And together, they took the next step upward. The next step felt different beneath Elias's feet. It was warmer, almost as though sunlight had been resting inside the wood for years. He placed his hand against the railing. It was smooth and cool beneath his fingers. Then, the staircase gave a quiet sound. Not a creak, not a voice, more like the soft ringing of a distant glass bell. Elias looked upward. The tiny lights above them had moved, only slightly, but they were no longer perfectly still. They drifted slowly around the staircase, some higher, some lower, as though they were finding their places in the darkness. Seraphine watched them. They're waking. Elias smiled. Or settling down. She looked at him. Perhaps both. They continued. The windows beside the staircase changed with every few steps. One showed a sky filled with enormous silver clouds. Another revealed a quiet blue planet hanging far beyond the stars. Another showed nothing but darkness, until a single tiny star appeared in the center. Elias stopped beside it. The star pulsed once, then became still. He noticed something strange. The light was not coming toward them. It was moving farther away, slowly, quietly, until it disappeared. Why do the stars here move like that? Seraphine looked through the glass. Maybe they aren't moving. Elias turned toward her. What do you mean? Maybe the library is moving around them. He considered the idea, then smiled. That would make more sense. They continued upward. After another dozen steps, the staircase widened. A small landing appeared. At its center stood a stone basin, unlike the one they had seen earlier. This basin contained no water. Instead, it held dozens of tiny cushions. Each cushion was the size of a person's palm, and upon every cushion rested a sleeping light. Some were silver, some pale blue, some warm gold, some almost white. They looked like tiny stars, resting after a very long journey. Elias approached slowly. They are beautiful. Seraphine nodded. They are resting. He lowered his voice without thinking, as though speaking too loudly might disturb them. The smallest light stirred. It rolled gently against the edge of its cushion, then settled again. Elias smiled. He suddenly understood why the staircase had become so quiet. This was not simply a path toward the stars. It was a place where the stars themselves were allowed to rest. He looked upward. The staircase continued. But now, he was no longer eager to reach the top. He wanted to stay for a while, to stand beneath the sleeping lights and simply listen to the silence around them. Seraphine stood beside him. Neither spoke. For several quiet moments, they simply watched. The tiny companion light lowered itself beside the smallest sleeping star. Its glow softened, then softened again, until the two lights looked almost identical. Elias smiled. Even our little companion knows when it's time to be quiet. Seraphine smiled. Perhaps it has been learning from you. He looked at her. She smiled more warmly. You're not the only one who has changed. Elias looked back at the sleeping lights. Above them, the staircase continued into the darkness. But for the first time, the journey upward felt less like climbing and more like being gently carried. They remained on the landing for a little while longer. The sleeping lights did not wake. They simply rested, each one held gently within its tiny cushion. Elias found himself breathing more slowly. The quiet had become almost physical, something he could feel around his shoulders, like a warm blanket. Then Seraphine noticed the far wall. There, Elias followed her gaze. A narrow opening had appeared between two sections of stone. Beyond it was a small chamber. No door separated it from the landing, only a curved archway. They stepped inside. The chamber was circular. Its ceiling was much lower than the vast halls below, making it feel almost like a sheltered room within the staircase itself. At the center stood a long wooden bench. Above it, the ceiling was transparent. Through the glass, hundreds of stars were visible, but they were not distant anymore. They seemed incredibly close. Elias sat. Seraphine sat beside him. For a while, they simply looked upward. A star moved slowly across the glass. Then another. Then several more. They did not streak across the sky. They drifted quietly, like leaves carried by a gentle current. Elias rested his hands on his knees. I used to think sleeping stars would be dark. Seraphine smiled. Why? Because they're sleeping. She looked upward. Maybe sleep doesn't mean disappearing. Elias considered that. Maybe it means becoming quiet enough to shine differently. Seraphine nodded. Neither spoke again. A soft golden light appeared beneath the bench. Elias looked down. It was the tiny companion light. It had returned from the sleeping chamber, but it looked different. Its glow had become softer, almost dim. Elias smiled. You're tired. The little light floated upward, then settled gently beside him. For the first time since they had met it, it did not hover expectantly. It simply rested. Elias lifted one hand. The light settled above his palm, warm, weightless, quiet. Seraphine watched. "I think it trusts you now." Elias looked at the tiny glow. "Maybe." He closed his fingers slightly. Not enough to hold it, only enough to shelter it from the faint breeze. The light remained. That small gesture touched him more deeply than he expected. Trust did not always arrive through grand promises. Sometimes it came quietly, a small light choosing to rest beside you, a companion no longer needing to lead, because it had learned that you would not leave it behind. Elias opened his hand again. The light rose gently. Above them, the sleeping stars continued drifting across the glass. And somewhere much higher, something began to glow. The glow above them grew slowly brighter. Elias looked through the glass ceiling. At first, he saw nothing unusual. Then, one of the distant stars began to descend, not toward the library, only closer, until its soft light filled the entire chamber. Seraphine remained perfectly still. The star stopped above the glass. For a moment, it seemed to rest there. Then a second light appeared beside it. Then a third soon. A quiet cluster of stars gathered above the chamber. They formed no constellation Elias recognized. There was no pattern he could name. Yet somehow, the arrangement felt familiar. Elias studied it. "I've seen this before." Seraphine looked at him. "Where?" He thought carefully, then shook his head. "I don't remember." She smiled. "Maybe you haven't." He looked upward again. The stars shifted. One moved slightly toward another. Then another followed, slowly. The entire cluster changed shape. It became a gentle curve, almost like a path. Elias felt something stir within him. Not urgency, not curiosity, recognition. He remembered the many paths he had taken through the library. The doors, the bridges, the gardens, the rivers, the rooms, the quiet places where he had once believed he needed to find an answer. But this path was different. It was not leading somewhere. It was simply showing that there could be another way forward. Seraphine spoke softly. "Perhaps the stars are not showing us where to go." Elias nodded. "They're showing us that there is a way." The cluster remained above them. Then one star detached itself from the group. It drifted toward the edge of the glass and disappeared. A moment later, another followed, then another. Each one vanished into the darkness beyond the chamber. Elias watched until the final light was gone. The sky became quiet again. Seraphine looked at him. "Did you feel that?" He nodded. "Something changed." "Yes." "But what?" She smiled. "We'll know when we're ready to know." Elias laughed softly. "Another library answer. Perhaps the best one." They stood. The tiny companion light rose from Elias's hand. It drifted toward the staircase, then paused, waiting. Elias looked upward. The sleeping lights below remained peaceful. The stars above had disappeared. And yet, the staircase seemed brighter than before. He took the first step. Seraphine followed. Together, they continued toward the quiet glow above. The staircase continued beyond the chamber. Each step seemed softer than the one before. Elias noticed that the walls had changed again. The polished wood had disappeared. Now the staircase was surrounded by pale stone, smooth and almost luminous beneath the faint light. There were no windows here, no paintings, no shelves, only small circular openings set into the walls. Through them came a gentle breeze, carrying the scent of rain. Elias paused. Rain. Seraphine smiled. Even up here. He listened. Very faintly. He could hear it, not falling nearby, somewhere far above. A soft rhythm against glass. They climbed another few steps. The sound became clearer. Then the staircase opened into a narrow balcony. Beyond the railing, clouds stretched endlessly beneath them. The hidden library was no longer visible. Neither were the lower halls. They were above everything now. Elias stepped closer. The clouds moved slowly beneath the balcony, silver beneath the moonlight. Far in the distance, a line of stars rested just above the horizon. Seraphine stood beside him. "It's beautiful." Elias nodded, but something caught his attention. Among the clouds, tiny lights were moving. Hundreds of them. They rose slowly from beneath the cloud layer, paused, then drifted back down. Elias watched in silence. "They're not stars. No. Lanterns." Seraphine shook her head. "No." He smiled. "You really enjoy saying that." She laughed softly. "I do." They watched again. One of the lights rose higher than the others. It came close to the balcony. Elias could see it clearly now. It was not a lantern. It was not a star. It looked like a tiny floating room, no larger than his hand. Inside it was a miniature chair beside a miniature window. A warm light glowed within. Elias stared. A room. Seraphine leaned closer. A room that can travel. The tiny room drifted past them. Through its miniature window, Elias saw someone sleeping peacefully inside. He could not see the person's face. Only a blanket, a pillow, and and the faint rise and fall of a sleeping figure. The little room continued across the clouds. Another followed, then another, each carrying a different quiet sleeper. Elias felt a deep warmth settle within him. People are sleeping up here. Seraphine nodded. Perhaps the library has more travelers than we ever imagined. The tiny rooms continued floating beneath the stars. Some drifted toward the horizon. Others slowly descended into the clouds. None seemed hurried. None seemed lost. Each simply traveled at its own gentle pace. Elias watched until the last one disappeared. Then he looked at the staircase behind them, and suddenly he understood why the place was called what it was. The sleeping stars were not simply stars. They were all the quiet lives, the resting dreams, the journeys still unfolding, carried gently through the night. He smiled. Maybe everyone gets a little sky of their own. Seraphine looked at him. Perhaps. Above them, the next staircase appeared, and this time it was made entirely of moonlight. The staircase of moonlight waited quietly above the clouds. Elias stepped onto the first luminous stair. It held, not like stone, not like wood, but like something that had always known exactly how much weight a traveler carried. He looked down. The cloud layer moved far below them. The tiny traveling rooms had disappeared into the distance. Seraphine stepped beside him. Neither spoke. There was no need. They climbed. The moonlight staircase curved gently upward through the open night. There were no walls now, no ceiling, only sky. Stars surrounded them on every side. Some were distant, some seemed almost close enough to touch, and every few moments, one would slowly dim, then brighten again. Elias watched the rhythm. Are they sleeping? Seraphine smiled. Perhaps they're breathing. He looked at her. Stars breathe. Maybe everything does. Elias considered that. The library had always seemed alive. Its rooms breathed. Its lanterns responded. Its pathways changed. Its silence carried meaning. Perhaps the sky was no different. He placed one hand on the moonlit railing. A faint warmth traveled beneath his fingers. Then the staircase widened. Ahead stood a small circular platform. At its center was a single empty chair. Elias stopped. The sight felt strangely familiar. Another empty place. Another invitation to assume something was missing. But this time, he smiled. Room. Seraphine looked at him. Exactly. They walked toward it. The chair faced the stars. Elias sat. Seraphine remained standing beside him. The tiny companion light settled upon the railing. For several minutes, Nothing happened. Then the stars began moving, not across the sky, around them, slowly, gently, as though the entire night had become a quiet river. A constellation passed overhead, then another, then a field of tiny lights. Elias leaned back. He felt his breathing slow. His shoulders relaxed. The journey upward had become almost weightless. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, one star was glowing directly above him. It was larger than the others, soft golden white, warm rather than brilliant. Elias stared at it. The star seemed to pulse once, then again, a quiet rhythm, like a heartbeat. He did not reach for it. He simply watched, and somehow that felt like enough. Seraphine sat beside him. Neither of them spoke. Above, the star continued to glow. Around them, the night remained still, and far below, the hidden library waited peacefully beneath the clouds. For the first time since beginning the climb, Elias no longer felt as though he were traveling towards something. He felt as though he had arrived without reaching the end. For a long while, Elias remained in the chair. The golden white star continued its quiet rhythm above him. Once, then again, then slowly, more softly, Seraphine watched the sky. The library feels very far away from here. Elias looked down through the clouds. It is, yet he did not feel separated from it. Somewhere beneath those clouds were the halls they had walked through, the reading room, the 7 lights, the quiet courtyard, the little room with the fire. All of them remained, just as they had been left. He smiled. Maybe that's what the staircase is for. Seraphine looked at him. To take us away? No. He looked upward. To show us that distance doesn't make something disappear. Seraphine was quiet. Then she nodded. The tiny companion light rose from the railing. It drifted toward the golden white star. For a moment, Elias wondered if it would continue upward. Instead, it stopped halfway, then turned back. It returned to him. Elias held out his hand. The little light settled above his palm. Its glow was warmer now, almost familiar. Seraphine smiled. It came back. Elias looked at the tiny light. Maybe it was never leaving. He lowered his hand. The companion light remained. Above them, the golden white star began to change. Its glow spread gently across the surrounding sky. Not brighter, wider. The nearest stars seemed to soften in response. One by one, they dimmed, then rested. The entire sky became quieter. Elias looked around. There was no great revelation, no hidden doorway, no voice from the stars. only a vast night, slowly becoming still. He understood this was not a place designed to impress travelers. It was a place designed to let them rest. Seraphine leaned back in the chair. "You were right," Elias smiled. "About what? We didn't come here to find something." He looked at the sleeping sky. "We came here to become quiet enough to notice it." Seraphine closed her eyes. The tiny companion light settled between them, and above, the stars rested. For several peaceful minutes, nothing moved, nothing called, nothing waited for an answer. There was only the slow rhythm of the night, and two travelers sitting beneath it. Elias closed his eyes. For the first time since beginning the climb, he allowed himself to stop wondering what came next. Elias kept his eyes closed. The night moved around him without asking anything. The moonlight beneath the staircase remained steady. The clouds below drifted slowly, so slowly that they almost seemed still. Beside him, Seraphine had grown quiet too. The tiny companion light rested between them. Its glow rose and fell gently, almost in time with their breathing. Elias listened. At first he heard nothing. Then, very faintly, he heard a sound, a distant bell, one soft note, then silence. Another note followed, then another. Not a melody, not an announcement, only a slow rhythm carried across the open sky. Elias opened his eyes. Far above, the golden white star had become almost completely still. Around it, the other stars had settled into quiet clusters. Some were bright, some were faint, some were barely visible, but none seemed lost. Elias smiled. "Do you hear it?" Seraphine opened her eyes. "The bells." He nodded. She listened. After a moment, she smiled. "I think they're coming from below." Elias looked through the clouds. He could not see the library, but he could feel it. The distant bell continued, softly, patiently, as though the entire library were reminding them that they were still connected to everything beneath the sky. Elias looked at the staircase. The moonlit steps continued upward, but now they seemed less important. He had spent so much of his life believing that reaching the next place was the purpose of a journey. Yet tonight, he had learned something gentler. A journey could change you even before you reached its destination. He stood. Seraphine rose beside him. The tiny companion light followed. Elias looked once more at the golden white star. "Good night." The star gave one final soft pulse. Then its light became gentle enough to blend with the surrounding sky, not disappearing, simply resting. Elias and Seraphine began walking back toward the staircase. They did not hurry. The moonlight beneath their feet remained warm. The clouds below continued drifting, and the distant bells grew softer with every step. Behind them, the stars remained asleep. Ahead, the staircase continued into the quiet unknown. But Elias no longer felt the need to reach the top tonight. He had discovered something better. Sometimes, the highest place a journey can take you is simply to a quieter version of yourself. And beneath the sleeping stars, that quiet was enough. For tonight, by the time Elias and Seraphine reached the next landing, the bells had disappeared. Only the quiet remained. The moonlit staircase continued above them, but its glow had softened. It no longer looked like a path made for climbing. It looked almost like a silver ribbon resting against the darkness. Elias slowed. "We're not going back yet." Seraphine looked upward. "No." "Then where are we going?" She smiled. "Perhaps the library will decide." They continued. The next landing was wider than the others. A circular wall surrounded it, covered with hundreds of small wooden drawers. Each drawer had a tiny brass handle. None carried a name. None carried a number. Elias stepped closer. "What's inside?" Seraphine examined the drawers. "I don't know." He reached toward one. Before his fingers touched the handle, it opened. A small folded piece of paper floated out. Elias caught it. The paper was warm. He unfolded it. There were no words, only a single line of handwriting. "Keep going gently." Elias smiled. "That's useful." Seraphine nodded. The drawer closed. Then another opened. Another blank paper floated out. This one carried a different line. "You do not have to hurry toward tomorrow." Elias read it silently. Then another drawer opened, and another soon. The landing filled with softly drifting pieces of paper. They moved through the air like slow snow. Some carried words. Some carried simple drawings. Some were completely blank. Elias did not try to catch them all. He simply watched. One paper drifted toward Seraphine. She caught it. She unfolded it. Her expression softened. Elias looked at her. "What does yours say?" She folded it again. "Nothing I need to share." He smiled. "Then you don't have to." She returned the paper to the air. It floated upward, then disappeared into the darkness. Elias looked around the landing. Hundreds of drawers, hundreds of possible messages. Yet the library did not ask them to open them. It simply allowed them to exist. He understood. The staircase was not only carrying them upward, it was carrying quiet thoughts, small reminders, gentle pieces of wisdom left behind by travelers who had once climbed this same path. Elias placed his hand against the wall. The wood felt warm. How many people have been here? Seraphine looked upward. Enough to leave something behind. Elias smiled. They continued along the landing. Behind them, the drawers slowly closed. The drifting papers disappeared, and the staircase became quiet again. The staircase narrowed again beyond the landing. The wooden drawers disappeared behind them. Only the soft silver steps remained. Elias walked slowly. A few pieces of paper still drifted through the air. One passed his shoulder, then another. They did not fall. They simply continued upward. Seraphine watched one disappear into the darkness above. I wonder where they go. Elias smiled. Maybe they become part of the sky. She looked at him. That's a very Elias answer. He laughed quietly. I've learned. They climbed several more steps. Then Elias noticed something unusual. The papers were no longer blank. Each one had a tiny golden mark in its corner. A circle, a crescent, a small star, a leaf, a wave, a flame. Different symbols, but no words. Seraphine caught one. She turned it over. Nothing. She held it toward the moonlight. Still nothing. Then she smiled. Maybe they are not meant to be read. Elias looked at the symbols. Then why leave them? To remember. He nodded. A symbol could hold a memory without explaining it. He understood that now. They continued upward. The staircase eventually opened into another small chamber. This one was filled with shelves, but instead of books, the shelves held objects, hundreds of them. A child's wooden toy, an old key, a smooth stone, a ribbon, a cracked cup, a dried leaf, a tiny compass, a folded piece of blue cloth. None appeared valuable, yet every object had been carefully placed, as though each one mattered deeply to someone. Elias stepped closer to the shelves. This is different. Seraphine nodded. It's not a collection of treasures. What is it? She looked around. Things people carried when they were afraid they might forget. Elias became quiet. He looked at the small compass, then the wooden toy, then the ribbon. Ordinary objects, holding extraordinary memories. He reached toward the smooth stone. Before his fingers touched it, he stopped. He smiled. Not mine. Seraphine looked at him. You're learning quickly. Elias stepped back. The tiny companion light floated slowly between the shelves. It did not choose anything. It simply moved through the room, quietly illuminating the objects. And Elias understood why. The library was not asking them to take a memory. It was only asking them to witness that memories had been carried here before. They stood together among the shelves, and for a little while, they simply remembered that every traveler carried something invisible. They moved deeper into the chamber. The shelves became taller. The objects became quieter. Some rested inside small wooden boxes. Others were placed beneath glass. A few had simply been left upon the shelves, as though the person who carried them had trusted the library to keep them safe. Elias noticed a small brass compass. Its needle was completely still. He leaned closer. There must be a story behind everyone. Seraphine nodded. But we don't need to know them. Elias smiled. That answer no longer surprised him. They continued. At the far end of the chamber stood a narrow shelf with only 3 objects: a folded blue scarf, a small wooden bird, and a silver key. Elias stopped. The wooden bird caught his attention. It was beautifully carved, but imperfect. One wing was slightly smaller than the other. He smiled. Someone made this themselves. Seraphine looked at it. Perhaps. He studied the little bird. It isn't finished. She shook her head. Maybe it is. Elias looked at her. She pointed toward the uneven wing. Sometimes we decide something is unfinished because it doesn't look the way we expected. He smiled. You're right. The tiny companion light hovered above the bird. Its golden glow touched the imperfect wing. For a moment, the carving looked almost alive, not moving, not magical, just warmly illuminated. Elias thought about the journey upward, the staircase, the sleeping lights, the rooms drifting through the clouds, the 7 places at the table, the empty frame, the blank pages, so many things that seemed incomplete until he looked at them differently. Perhaps the library was teaching him the same lesson again. Completion was not always about adding something. Sometimes it was about accepting what was already there. Seraphine reached toward the small wooden bird. She did not touch it. She simply looked. Whoever made it probably loved it. Elias nodded, even with the uneven wing, especially because of it. They remained there for a moment. Then Elias stepped away. The bird remained exactly as it was. Imperfect, quiet, complete. They continued toward the far end of the chamber, where a narrow staircase waited behind a curtain of soft moonlight. The curtain of moonlight moved gently as they approached. It did not hang from a doorway. There was no wall behind it, only open space. Yet when Elias stepped through, the air changed, warm still, almost like the quiet before dawn. He found himself standing on another landing. This one was surrounded by low stone walls. Beyond them stretched an enormous dark sky. But the stars here were different. They were faint, almost hidden. Elias looked around. Where are the bright stars? Seraphine stepped beside him. Maybe they aren't all meant to be bright. He smiled. The thought felt familiar now. Across the landing stood a long wooden bench. Beside it was a small brass plaque. Elias leaned closer. There were words engraved upon it. Only 3 rest before continuing. He read them silently. Seraphine sat on the bench. Elias joined her. The tiny companion light settled beside them. For several minutes, nothing happened. No new path appeared. No star moved. No message arrived. The silence simply remained. Elias breathed slowly. Then he noticed something beneath the bench. A small bundle of letters. Not sealed, not hidden, simply resting there. He did not touch them. Seraphine looked down. They are probably another traveler's. Elias nodded. We should leave them. He looked at the quiet sky. It was strange. A place filled with things meant to be remembered. Yet the most important instruction here was simply to rest. Perhaps that was why the library had brought them so high. Not every part of a journey required movement. Sometimes the journey continued precisely because you stopped. Elias leaned back. His eyes grew heavy. Seraphine noticed. You could sleep. He smiled. Here. Why not? He looked toward the stars. I thought we were supposed to keep climbing. She shook her head. Who said? Elias laughed softly. No one. Then perhaps we can rest. He closed his eyes. The tiny companion light dimmed. The faint stars above seemed to soften with it. For a while, there was only silence. And somewhere beneath the clouds, the hidden library continued breathing, not waiting for them, not calling them back, simply remaining there, as it always had. Elias opened his eyes again. He felt refreshed, not because he had discovered anything, because, for a few quiet moments, he had needed nothing at all. When Elias stood again, the bundle of letters beneath the bench remained untouched. He looked at them once more. Something about their presence felt comforting, not because he knew who had left them, but because they had been trusted to wait. He turned toward the open sky. A faint line of silver appeared along the horizon. It was not dawn, not yet, only the first suggestion that the night was slowly changing. Seraphine noticed it too. We've been here longer than we thought. Elias smiled. Time feels different up here. It does. He looked back toward the staircase. The steps behind them seemed almost invisible now. Ahead, a new staircase had appeared. It rose from the landing toward a narrow opening in the clouds. Unlike the moonlight staircase below, this one was made of pale stone. Each step carried a faint silver mark. Elias approached the first. The mark brightened beneath his foot. Then the next. Then the next. Seraphine followed. With every step, another mark appeared. Not words, just small symbols. A circle, a line, a crescent, a star, a wave, a leaf, a flame. Elias recognized them. They are the same symbols from the papers. Seraphine nodded. Then perhaps the papers were directions. He looked back. The landing below was already fading into darkness. Directions to where? She smiled. Maybe not where. Elias waited. Perhaps they're directions for how. He looked at the symbols again. Circle, line, crescent, star, wave, leaf, flame. They did not form an obvious sequence, yet each one felt strangely familiar, not as instructions, but as qualities: wholeness, continuance, rest, wonder, movement, growth, warmth. Elias smiled. The library doesn't want us to follow a map. Seraphine nodded. It wants us to remember how to travel. They continued upward. The clouds opened slowly above them. Beyond the final visible step, a soft golden glow waited. Not bright, not dramatic, just warm enough to make the next step feel possible. Elias looked at Seraphine. Ready? She smiled. Together, and they climbed. The golden glow waited above the final visible step. As Elias climbed higher, the clouds opened wider. A vast, quiet sky appeared beyond them. There were no walls now, no ceiling, only the endless night. The staircase continued for several more steps before becoming almost transparent. Elias could see the stars beneath his feet. He stopped. Seraphine stood beside him. It's beautiful. Elias nodded, but he noticed something else. The symbols beneath their feet had begun to disappear. One by one, the circle faded, then the line, then the crescent, then the star, the wave, the leaf, the flame, until the final step was completely clear. Elias looked down. Why are they disappearing? Seraphine watched the darkness below. Maybe they were never meant to stay. He understood. The library had given them reminders, not rules. They were not instructions to carry forever. They were simply gentle signs, helping them find their way until they no longer needed them. The tiny companion light floated ahead. It paused in the open sky. Then, something remarkable happened. The little light divided, not into separate lights, but into 7 soft golden points. They floated around Elias and Seraphine. One rested near Elias's shoulder. One beside Seraphine. The others drifted around them in a slow circle. Elias watched in wonder. 7. Seraphine smiled, but the 7 lights did not form a doorway. They did not reveal a destination. Instead, they slowly rose higher and higher until they joined the distant stars. For a moment, Elias could no longer tell which lights belonged to the library and which belonged to the sky. Then, one by one, the 7 points softened. The companion light returned. Whole again, it floated quietly between them. Elias smiled. It wanted to show us something. Seraphine nodded. Perhaps it wanted to remind us that even a small light can belong to something much larger. They continued. The final golden glow was now close. Beyond it, Elias could see the outline of a vast circular platform, and at its center, something was waiting. Not a door, not a chair, not a lantern. Something older, something quiet, something that seemed to have been waiting long before either of them began to climb. Elias slowed. Seraphine reached gently for his hand. Together, they stepped into the golden light. The golden light surrounded them without becoming brighter. It felt warm, like sunlight remembered by the skin. Elias stepped forward. The staircase disappeared behind him. For a moment, there was nothing beneath his feet. Then a smooth stone platform appeared. It was enormous, circular, surrounded by low silver walls that curved gently into the open sky. Above them, the stars seemed closer than ever. Seraphine stood beside him. Neither spoke. At the center of the platform stood an old wooden table. It was simple, unadorned. No books rested upon it. No lanterns. No magical objects. Only one small envelope. Elias looked at Seraphine. She looked at him. Neither moved. The envelope was pale blue. A thin silver thread was wrapped around it, and beneath the thread, there was something Elias recognized. The same small circle that had appeared on the drifting papers. He stepped closer. The tiny companion light hovered above the envelope. But this time, it did not open it. It waited. Elias understood. The choice belonged to them. He looked at Seraphine. "Do you think we should?" She considered the envelope, then shook her head. "Not yet." Elias smiled. He had expected himself to feel disappointed. Instead, he felt relieved. They left the envelope where it was. The sky remained peaceful. Nothing changed. And yet, the decision itself felt important. They had reached a place where the library had placed something directly in their path, and they had learned that being invited did not mean being required. Elias stepped away from the table. The tiny companion light followed. Seraphine remained beside him. For a while, they simply looked at the stars. Then Elias noticed something on the far side of the platform. A narrow staircase descended, not upward, downward, back toward the clouds. He smiled. That's new. Seraphine looked at it. Perhaps the journey has another direction. Elias nodded. They had spent the entire night climbing, yet the library was quietly reminding them that moving forward did not always mean moving higher. Sometimes the next step was the one that led gently back toward where you had begun. The tiny companion light drifted toward the descending staircase. Elias followed. Seraphine followed him. Behind them, the pale blue envelope remained untouched upon the wooden table, waiting without urgency, waiting without asking to be understood. And beneath the sleeping stars, the two travelers began their quiet descent. The descending staircase was different from the one they had climbed. It did not feel like leaving. Each step seemed to bring the night closer. The clouds slowly rose around them, soft silver shapes drifting beneath the moon. Elias looked upward once. The great circular platform was already disappearing into the distance. The pale blue envelope remained there, still waiting. He felt no disappointment. Some things were more beautiful because they were allowed to wait. Seraphine walked beside him. You didn't want to open it. Elias smiled. I wanted to. She laughed softly. That's different, yes. He thought about it. Maybe wanting to know something isn't the same as needing to know it. Seraphine nodded. The words seemed to settle naturally between them. They continued downward. After several steps, the first tiny sleeping lights appeared again. They rested within their cushions on the landing below. The little companion light slowed. It hovered beside them, then gently lowered itself near the smallest one. The sleeping light stirred. Its glow touched the companion light, and for a brief moment, the two lights seemed to recognize each other. Elias smiled. You came back. The companion light floated upward again. Seraphine looked at him. Maybe it knew the way. Elias shook his head. Maybe it just knew where it belonged. They continued. Soon the chamber of remembered objects appeared. The shelves were quiet. The small wooden bird still rested beneath its soft glass cover. Elias paused beside it. Its uneven wing caught the moonlight. He smiled. He no longer saw something unfinished. He simply saw a small bird, made carefully by someone's hands, and loved enough to be kept. They moved on. The curtain of moonlight opened before them. Beyond it, the landing with the brass bench waited. the words beneath, it remained unchanged. Rest before continuing. Elias stopped. Seraphine looked at him. We've rested here already. He smiled. Maybe we can rest again. She nodded. They sat. For a little while, they listened to the distant bells. This time, the sound seemed closer, warm, familiar. Elias closed his eyes. The climb had shown him the sky. The descent was showing him something else. The way home, not a destination, not a room, not even a particular place. A feeling that could travel with you. He opened his eyes. The tiny companion light rested between them. Seraphine smiled. Ready? Elias nodded. Yes. They stood together, then continued downward, slowly, peacefully, carrying nothing from the heights, except what the heights had quietly taught them. The staircase continued downward. The silver light gradually became warmer. Moonlight gave way to lantern light. The air grew softer, carrying the familiar scent of old wood and quiet books. Elias recognized it immediately. The library. Seraphine smiled. Yes. The first familiar shelf appeared beyond the next turn. Then another. Then a long corridor lined with golden lanterns. Nothing looked different. And yet, Elias felt different. He had climbed far above the library. He had seen sleeping lights, traveling rooms, clouds, and stars that seemed close enough to touch. But returning to these ordinary halls did not make them seem smaller. They seemed richer. Every lantern felt warmer. Every shelf seemed deeper. Every quiet corner carried a little more meaning. They reached the corridor where the small resting room waited. The door was still open. The fire had almost gone out. 2 cups remained on the table. Elias smiled. We really did leave them here. Seraphine laughed softly. The library kept them. They stepped inside. The fire still held a few glowing embers. Elias added 1 small piece of wood. A gentle flame returned. Seraphine sat in the same chair as before. Elias took the other. The tiny companion light settled between them. For a while, they simply rested. Then Elias noticed something. The 7 small blossoms on his blossom lantern had changed. They were still there, but each blossom now carried a tiny point of silver light at its center. He touched one gently. It glowed. Seraphine looked at it. They are different. Elias nodded. Not brighter, no. Just. He searched for the right word. Deeper. Seraphine smiled. That sounds right. Elias looked at the lantern. He thought about all the places it had accompanied him, all the lessons it had quietly carried, all the moments when its light had changed without needing to explain why. Perhaps the blossom lantern had been growing too, not because it had collected magical power, but because Elias had. He looked toward the open doorway. The corridor beyond remained quiet. The library had not changed. He had. And perhaps that was the greatest gift the staircase had given him. Not a new destination, not a secret, simply another way of seeing the place he had already known. Seraphine stood, "Come." Elias looked at her. Where? She smiled. Somewhere familiar. Together, they stepped back into the corridor. The little companion light followed, and behind them, the fire continued glowing softly. They walked through the familiar corridor. The lanterns rested quietly above them. Elias noticed how many small details he had once passed without seeing. A worn place on the wooden floor, a tiny scratch beside a shelf, a chair that leaned slightly to one side, a small brass hook beneath a window. Nothing remarkable. Yet now, each detail felt like part of a larger memory. Seraphine noticed him looking. What? Elias smiled. Nothing. She raised an eyebrow. I'm learning. Not everything needs an explanation. She smiled. Good. They reached the reading room. The tall window still reflected the darkness outside. But this time, Elias did not search for another forgotten room. He simply looked at the glass. His own reflection stood there, Seraphine's beside him, the tiny companion light between them. 3 quiet shapes beneath warm lantern light. Elias smiled. We've been here before, yes, but it feels different. Seraphine nodded. Because you are. He looked at the window again. For a moment, a faint reflection appeared beyond theirs. 7 small lights around a distant table. Then the reflection faded. Elias did not follow it. He simply watched until the glass became ordinary again. He understood. Some memories returned only long enough to be recognized. They did not need to become new journeys. They could simply pass through and leave warmth behind. Seraphine touched the envelope beneath her cloak. The silver-green leaf remained safely inside. Elias noticed. You kept it. She smiled. Of course. He nodded. No further question followed. They walked on. At the end of the corridor, the familiar staircase descended toward the lower halls. Elias stopped at the first step. He looked back one final time. The upper library was hidden beyond layers of darkness. The sleeping stars were no longer visible. The pale blue envelope remained somewhere above. The 7 lights rested. The tiny traveling rooms drifted through the clouds. All of it remained without needing him to return tonight. Elias turned toward the lower halls. Ready? Seraphine nodded. Yes. They began walking down. The tiny companion light floated between them. The blossom lantern glowed softly, and with every step, the library seemed to welcome them home. Not with a bell, not with a voice, only with warmth, only with light, only with the quiet certainty that every journey could end gently and still continue somewhere within you. They disappeared into the lower halls. Above them, the staircase remained, and far beyond the highest platform, the sleeping stars continued to dream. Asterisk, asterisk, for tonight, Elias had climbed high enough. Asterisk, asterisk, the lower halls welcomed them with their familiar warmth. Elias and Seraphine walked slowly beneath the lanterns. The library felt almost unchanged. Almost. The air seemed softer, the silence deeper, and the little golden companion light no longer floated ahead of them. It remained close, quietly keeping pace. They passed the reading room, the quiet courtyard, the corridor of ordinary memories. Then, Elias noticed something. A faint silver glow rested at the far end of the hall. He stopped. Seraphine stopped beside him. Neither spoke. The glow slowly became clearer. It was not a doorway, not a lantern, not a window. It was simply a narrow path of starlight resting across the wooden floor. Elias looked down. The stars beneath his feet were tiny, almost like grains of light. They led toward a familiar part of the library, the old central stairway. Elias smiled. We've walked this way before. Seraphine nodded. But not like this. He understood. The path was not asking them to climb again. It was leading them back toward the heart of the library. They followed. The starlight faded gently behind them as they walked. At the bottom of the central stairway stood a small circular table. Upon it rested 7 empty places, 7 simple cups. No tea, no books, no objects, just 7 cups waiting beneath a single warm lantern. Elias stopped. The sight brought back everything. The 7 lights, the 7 chairs, the 7 symbols, the 7 sleeping points of light above the clouds. He looked at Seraphine. 7 again. She smiled. Maybe the library likes 7. Elias laughed softly. Then he noticed something. There were only 2 small cups filled with warm tea. 1 for him, 1 for Seraphine. The other 5 remained empty. He smiled. Perhaps 7 isn't always about 7 people. Seraphine looked at the table. Maybe it's about leaving room. Elias nodded. He sat. Seraphine sat beside him. The tiny companion light settled between the 2 cups. For a while, they drank in silence. The warmth spread slowly through Elias. He looked around the familiar halls. He had spent so long believing that the library was a place of endless destinations. Now he understood something gentler. The library was not asking him to keep leaving. It was teaching him how to return without becoming the person he had been before. He looked at the 7 empty cups. 5 places remained untouched, not unfinished, not forgotten, simply available for travelers who had not arrived yet, for stories that had not yet been told, for memories still waiting to be made. Elias smiled, and for the first time, the thought of all the journeys still ahead did not make him wonder how quickly he could reach them. It made him grateful that there was still so much time. The tea was warm, but Elias barely noticed its taste. He was looking at the 7 empty cups. There was something comforting about them. They did not ask to be filled. They did not suggest that anyone was missing. They simply waited. The lantern above the table flickered gently. A small circle of light moved across the wooden surface. Seraphine lifted her cup. "Do you remember when we first came here?" Elias smiled. "Not this room, no." She looked toward the central stairway, when everything felt unfamiliar. He nodded. "I thought every strange thing needed an explanation." Seraphine smiled. "You still do sometimes." Elias laughed softly. Sometimes the tiny companion light drifted upward. It hovered above the 7 cups. One by one, the empty cups caught a faint reflection of its glow. Not enough to fill them, only enough to make each one visible. Elias watched. He thought about the staircase, the 7 sleeping lights, the 7 symbols, the 7 points that had briefly surrounded them beneath the stars. Perhaps 7 had never been a number to solve. Perhaps it was simply a reminder. There was always room for something new, without needing to erase what had come before. He looked at Seraphine. The library doesn't seem to mind empty spaces. She shook her head. "Neither should we." He smiled. For a while, they sat quietly. Then the little companion light floated toward the central stairway. It paused, waiting. Elias looked at it. "Do you want us to follow?" The light remained still. Seraphine laughed softly. "Maybe it has finally learned not to lead." Elias smiled. "Then where are we supposed to go?" She looked around the warm hall. "Nowhere." He turned toward her. "Nowhere." She nodded. "Maybe tonight we stay." The little light settled gently onto the table. For the first time since Elias had met it, it did not seem interested in moving anywhere. The lantern above them continued glowing. The 7 cups remained quietly arranged. The library breathed around them, and Elias realized there was no unfinished journey waiting at the end of this moment. There was only the moment itself, and it was enough. They remained at the table. The library seemed to settle around them. Somewhere far away, a page turned, then another. A distant lantern chimed softly. The sound traveled through the halls, warm, slow, almost like a lullaby. Elias leaned back. He looked toward the ceiling. The wooden beams were familiar. The lanterns were familiar. The quiet shadows between the shelves were familiar. Yet he felt as though he were seeing them for the first time. Not because they had changed, because he had stopped asking them to become something else. Seraphine placed her empty cup on the table. "Do you feel different?" Elias thought about it. A little. How? He looked at his blossom lantern. The 7 blossoms glowed softly. "I don't feel like I need to know what's waiting at the top anymore." Seraphine smiled. "That's a good thing." He nodded. "Before tonight, I thought not knowing meant I was missing something." He looked toward the stairway. "Now I think." He paused. "Not knowing leaves room." Seraphine's expression softened. "Room for what?" Elias smiled. "For tomorrow." The tiny companion light rose from the table. It drifted toward the central stairway, then stopped. For a moment, Elias wondered if it would leave. Instead, it turned around. It floated back to them, then settled gently beside Elias's blossom lantern. The 2 lights rested together, gold beside gold, one larger, one smaller, neither leading, neither following, simply remaining. Elias watched them. "I think it understands now." Seraphine smiled. "What?" "That it doesn't always have to guide me." She nodded. "And perhaps," she added quietly, "you've learned the same." Elias looked at her, then laughed softly. "Maybe." They sat together beneath the lantern. Outside the tall windows, the night continued. No stars called. No staircase appeared. No hidden room opened. Nothing needed to happen. The library had become quiet enough to simply be itself. And for the first time, Elias was quiet enough to simply be himself within it. The night grew deeper. The lantern above the table burned lower, but never went out. Elias watched the flame. It seemed almost impossible that something so small could make such a large room feel warm. He thought about the stars above the clouds, the tiny sleeping lights, the traveling rooms, the 7 places waiting around the table, all those distant things. And yet the smallest light had remained the one he remembered most clearly, the companion light. It had never promised to show him everything. It had simply stayed close. Elias looked at it. "Thank you." The little light gave a soft golden pulse. Seraphine smiled. "You finally said it." Elias laughed quietly. "I suppose I should have said it earlier. Some things take time." He nodded. The words settled gently between them. Then something appeared on the table. A tiny point of silver light. Elias leaned closer. It was no larger than a grain of sand. It moved slowly across the wood, leaving behind a faint trail. The trail formed a circle, then a crescent, then a small star, the same symbols they had seen high above. Elias watched carefully. The final symbol appeared, a tiny flame. Then the light stopped. Seraphine looked at him. "Do you understand?" Elias smiled. "Not completely." She nodded. "Good." He laughed softly. The silver symbols remained for several moments. Then they faded, not disappearing suddenly, simply becoming softer, until they became part of the wood grain again. Elias touched the table. Nothing remained beneath his fingers, only warm wood. He smiled. Maybe the library had given them one final reminder. Not a message to decode, not a secret to solve, only a quiet reassurance that the things they had experienced were real, even when they left no mark behind. Seraphine stood. "Come." Elias looked at her. "Where?" She smiled. "To sleep." He looked around the warm hall. The words felt almost funny. After climbing into the sky, after sitting beneath the sleeping stars, after discovering rooms that traveled through clouds, the simplest destination suddenly seemed the most perfect. He stood. The tiny companion light followed. Together, they walked toward the quieter halls of the library. The quieter halls were almost empty. Only a few lanterns remained awake. Their light stretched gently across the polished floor, creating long golden paths between the shelves. Elias walked slowly. He no longer felt the need to look into every doorway. He no longer wondered what might be waiting behind every corner. The library could keep its mysteries. Tonight, he was content to let them sleep. They reached a small room at the end of the corridor. It was not grand. There were no enchanted windows, no floating books, no unusual objects, only a comfortable bed, a soft chair, a small table, and a single lantern beside the window. Elias stopped at the doorway. He smiled. "This is perfect." Seraphine nodded. "Sometimes simple is enough." He stepped inside. The tiny companion light floated toward the lantern. For a moment, the two lights touched. The lantern flame grew slightly warmer. Then the companion light separated and drifted toward Elias. He held out his hand. It settled above his palm. Elias looked at it. "Will you stay?" The light gave one gentle pulse. He smiled. "Then stay." He placed his hand beside the pillow. The little light settled near him. Seraphine stood at the doorway. "Good night, Elias." He looked toward her. "Good night." She closed the door softly. Elias changed into the quiet clothes the library had left folded at the foot of the bed. Then he sat beside the window. Outside, the hidden library rested beneath the night. Lanterns glowed between distant rooftops. A few windows remained lit. Somewhere far above, beyond clouds and moonlight, the sleeping stars continued their gentle dreams. Elias could no longer see them, and he didn't need to. He knew they were there. He closed his eyes. The little companion light rested beside him. The blossom lantern hung quietly on the wall. 7 tiny blossoms, 7 soft points of silver, all glowing without urgency. Elias breathed in slowly, then out. The library seemed to breathe with him, in and out. The night became softer. The lantern became quieter. His thoughts slowed, and somewhere between one breath and the next, Elias finally understood. The staircase had never been asking him to climb forever. It had only been teaching him how to rest without being afraid of what he had not yet seen. He smiled and let his eyes close. For a while, Elias remained awake, not because he could not sleep, because he was listening. The library had a sound at night, a very quiet one, wood settling beneath old beams, pages turning somewhere far away, a distant lantern humming softly, the almost inaudible movement of air through corridors that seemed to stretch farther than anyone could walk. He listened, and slowly, all those sounds became one gentle rhythm, the rhythm of the library resting. Elias lay back. The little companion light floated above the bedside table. Its glow was barely brighter than a candle. He looked at it one final time. "You don't have to stay awake for me." The little light pulsed softly. Then it dimmed. Elias smiled. "Good." He closed his eyes. The room became dark, but never completely dark. A soft golden glow remained beside the bed. His breathing slowed. The day seemed very far away. The staircase, the sleeping stars, the traveling rooms, the 7 lights, the quiet chamber of memories, all drifted gently through his thoughts, but none demanded his attention. They simply passed, like clouds beneath a moonlit sky. One memory remained: the 7 empty cups. He remembered how peaceful they had looked, waiting without asking, leaving room without creating emptiness. Elias smiled in the darkness. There was still so much he did not know. So many doors, so many rooms, so many places hidden somewhere within the library. And for the first time, that uncertainty felt comforting. Tomorrow could hold another journey, or perhaps it could hold nothing at all. Either would be enough. The thought settled gently inside him. His breathing became slower. The little companion light dimmed again. The blossom lantern in the next room gave one final quiet glow. 7 blossoms, 7 tiny points of silver. Then stillness. Outside the window, one distant lantern went dark. Then another. Then another. The hidden library slowly surrendered itself to sleep. And somewhere far above, beyond the clouds, a single sleeping star gave one soft pulse. Not a signal, not a message, only a quiet reminder that even when we cannot see the light, it may still be there. Elias breathed in, slowly, gently, and breathed out. Then, nothing more was needed. The night held him. The library held the night. And the quiet held everything else. For tonight, Elias was home, and he slept. And now, the staircase is quiet. The stars are sleeping, and somewhere deep within the hidden library, a single lantern is still glowing. You don't need to follow it tonight. You don't need to discover what waits beyond the next door. There will always be another evening, another quiet journey, another little light waiting patiently in the darkness. For now, let the library rest, let the stars rest, and let yourself rest too. Take one slow breath and let the day become softer. Whatever you carried with you tonight, you can set it down here. Nothing needs to be solved. Nothing needs to be finished. You have already come far enough. So close your eyes, breathe slowly, and allow the quiet to hold you. Sleep peacefully, and when another night comes, we'll meet again, somewhere inside the hidden library. Good night.